welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another month, another edition of the OlimoLeague monthly finals, the January edition for 2025. I'm, of course, host Live VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to another month of OlimoLeague. Let's go. Let us go. OlimoLeague, of course, is a weekly open tournament. Every single week, players, they compete, they duke it out here, and they do gain points throughout the week, of course. Money as well, and throughout the course of the month they're invited. Players, they are seeded, they're invited, they gain points here to be invited towards the monthly finals, and here we have the top players for the month of January in OlimoLeague. Let's go, papi. Let us go. And again, for those that are curious, these events did occur yesterday morning, technically, did conclude yesterday morning. Unfortunately, we were going to be casting it yesterday as well, but we didn't quite get the replays in time, weren't able to cover it. Instead, we did settle for the KSL cast, but now we're back. Now we're back 24 hours later with the OlimoLeague broadcast. Let's go. Let us go. For those that are curious as to why this is not casted live, the event is broadcasted live over on CranKy, which is a different streaming platform. It is not on YouTube, not on Twitch. The main sponsor of the event is CranKy, so because of that, if you do want to cast this live, it does have to be on their platform. As a result, we actually used to cast it live, but we had a bit of a harder time kind of having viewers kind of transfer over, having viewers find us on CranKy and actually watch us there as well. In the end, we determined it wasn't quite worth it. Wasn't quite worth in the end to sacrifice that many viewers just to watch it, just to cast it live. So instead, we're casting it via replays to a wider audience instead. That's how we do. That is how we do. For now, though, we're going to be jumping in. Speaking of jumping in, oh my god, thank you so much to a new sub in the chat. Gab, I think to Bella Mervado. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time. Thank you for the support. We do always appreciate it. So we appreciate the support in the chat. It's thanks to you that we're able to do this as often as we do. Again, we cast twice a day, every single day, sometimes 3 times a day. All the content, all the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. And we can now take this moment to have a look at the bracket itself. Let's go. Let us go. Again, thank you so much for subscribing, and I hope you enjoy the emotes in the chat. I hope you enjoy the replay packs as well. You can join us on Discord. We do hand out replay packs to our subscribers, so there are benefits as well. There are benefits to it. Otherwise, bam, we have our beautiful bracket. Let's go. Let us go. We have our round of 8. We have our quarterfinals. We have herO versus Percival, SHIN versus Cure, Zoun versus Creator, and Clem versus Gerald. We have 8 players here before you, and the first round is going to be a best of 3. Second round is a best of 5. Finals a best of 7. Let's go. It's catching up. I love the laugh. Don't know why I haven't subbed earlier. Go, go. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Ah, gracias, gracias. These matchups look fire. Always. The best of the best here in the OlimoLeague. The best of the best. We're going to be going from top to bottom. Up first, we have herO versus Percival. I mean, shout out to Percival, by the way. Percival, he is a returning player. He did retire for most of 2024, by the way. He retired. He stepped away from the game. But recently, in December, he did come back to competitive play. I would say that Percival, he's still finding his footing. He's still kind of clawing his way back in. But for Percival to make it here to the top 8 shows that he has been on the rise, that he has been improving. But how does he compare to the best Protoss in all of Korea? Arguably the best Protoss in the world. That's let's go, papi. Let's go. As we're jumping into game number 1. So just catching up with the chat. Share my papi, share my. Good to see you. As always. Oh. And here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the returning Terran, the red Terran. It is Percival. Also from South Korea, here we go. We have our PBT. Of course, herO has been on that grind, has been playing in every which event he can get his hands on, whether it's the WTV Mondays, whether it's the Pegasaur Mondays, or even here in OlimoLeague as well. herO just now coming off of a second place finish in Masters Coliseum. He came second only to several. Likewise in Little League Cup, had a bit of a rougher performance, I should say. herO, he did end up in, I want to say, around 5th 5th place, like 5th place in the League Cup. Did go down a little bit earlier in the bracket to Rainer in a clutch best of 5. Was very, very clutch in that match, in that series. I do recommend the VODs, whether it's for Master Coliseum or Little League Cup. All the VODs are on YouTube, do recommend. And after those events, I mean, herO, he's still not taking a break. No breaks for herO. He, of course, is this week's KSL champion as well. He did win the KSL, and now we're here facing off in OlimoLeague as well. We'll see if anyone can bring him down. Percival is the first to rise to the challenge behind this double gas opener out of Percival, going for a faster factory, delayed CC from our Terran player. If you have been watching Percival as of late, then you would know that Percival has been hyper aggressive. He's been very aggressive as a player. We have been watching his specifically TVP. We saw him against Trigger. We've seen him against herO and other Protoss players, and typically it's 2-base play. It's I think we did see that in the OSC matches as well, where we would see either 2-base all-ins or 2-base committed pushes. Here is what we expect out of Percival. We'll see if he does take a more macro approach this time. Double gas is aggressive, but not all-in by any means. Double gas leads into the natural eventually, and from there we can start to work our way up. I want to say that 1-base all-ins are very uncommon. But as I say that, we also did cast Gumiho yesterday, and he did go for a 1-base all-in. Like, Gumiho was an animal, Bobby. He was an animal. We love him for it. We do love Gumiho for it, as a Percival is expanding, thankfully. CC is on the way, back at home. herO, he is going to be following this up here with the standard opener, just Gates, Cybercore into Nexus, everything looking normal. And welcome one and all to Ultralove. Ultralove, of course, being one of the smaller maps of the map pool, and herO is being active, coming for a second scout. He does throw down this tech. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Okay, Twilight Council play here out of herO into Blink Stalkers. How many gates? We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if it's going to be 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker. One more aggressive than the other, of course, can lead into hyper aggression or more greedy play. So we'll keep an eye on herO's gateway count for now. Second gateway has been thrown down, and we'll see if he gets a third. Probe Scout is denied. Does scout the Hellion at least. Behind this Percival going for a reactored Reaper into no additional Hellions into Widowmine. So he's setting up for an earlier Widowmine drop instead. Second Rax on the way, and soon to be the Medevac as well, as that is a second Widowmine queued up. So double Widowmine drop here out of Percival. As across the map he does rally. Does rally in. He can, of course, KDA charge those Stalkers out of position. Does knock them off. And he does go for the dive. Can he get into a middle line so far, diving on that first Stalker, but alas, is going to be zoned away even without a shield battery. herO holds. Very impressive defense here out of herO. There's going to be a 2-gate setup here on the low ground. We have a 3rd gateway in the main, and that is going to be a 4th gateway, but I believe this 4th gateway is just a fully wall off. herO, he rotates over towards the right hand side to make sure he's in position for the Reapers. I believe he should be canceling that 4th gateway. There. So it does cancel the 4th gateway, and he'll be expanding. So 3-gate Blink into a 3rd. Very safe play here by herO. Very safe. Hallucination comes out. Hallucination spots the drop. Big scout here for herO. Confirms the initial 2-1-1, soon to be 3-1-1, and he is aware of the Medevac making its way across the map. He also saw the Marines. So herO is aware. Back at home, still no shield battery. I'm a little bit concerned with the lack of shield battery. But we got plenty of units here. We have a concave of Stalkers. We collapse on the main army. Sentry pulls away. Nice control so far. And a herO activates the Guardian Shield. Shuts down both Widowmines. On a single shot goes off the Medevac. Oh my god. Medevac barely does survive. And one Widowmine dropping off into the middle line. But herO, he should pull away in time. Oh no. Oh god. Jesus. Here, calm down. Calm down, herO. Does defend. Could have been disastrous. Widowmine goes down, and herO he counterattacks. I believe herO does miss the main army. The Reaper, Hellion, and Marines do survive. At the same time, though, herO he doesn't care because does avoid the main army. The main army is not at home to defend, and Percival, he's exposed. There's one tank in the main. Tank is out of position. Reapers, they dive into the mineral lines. herO he has defenses back at home, and SCVs are going down. Brutal losses here. 5 SCVs already, and herO he's not done. Will lose one Stalker. One Stalker goes down, and nice Blink control, shuts down the Marines, shuts down 10 SCVs. And Percival, he will survive. He is getting some damage across the map. It does waddle in with a couple of workers, with a couple of Marines. It does focus down 2 probes. It is some damage, but not enough. Not enough here Percival down to 29 SCVs. herO, he's getting his third base up and running, getting it fully saturated, fully secure. From here, working towards the Forge, +1, charge, robot production as well, and herO maintains map control. Again, it was a very chaotic couple of moments here, and Percival, he did have some opportunities to get some damage done. Unfortunately, he was unable to keep herO pinned back at home. If herO, if he was stuck defending, different story, but herO, he just counterattacked immediately, and Percival just was not ready. Unfortunately, the first tank was out of position as well. Blinks into the main, deny stim! Ooh, stim is denied. Ravens should survive, Stalkers are forced out. But denying stim delays the push. It means that Percival, he's stuck in the main base that much longer. As typically, once you have stim, then we can start breaking out, we can start expanding, but Percival, he is stuck here on 2 bases. herO getting fully saturated. Upgrades are soon to finish as well. And herO, he doesn't need to push up this ramp. I mean, that would be more advantageous for Percival, you know, taking a fight on his terms with his stack defense or with his defensive position by pulling the boys as well. So herO doesn't need to push in, but really all that herO needs to do is contain. Just contain. He can take another 4th base, he can take his gases, 2nd Forge, into a Bay, into Colossus production. Speaking of, Bay is on the way. herO, he can just freely take up. And Percival, his hope here, there is a chance to bounce back in this game. His hope would be that herO's too greedy. Like if herO, say, double expands and delays his gases and doesn't quite tech up into his Colossus fast enough, if he makes some mistakes here or there, then potentially Percival can recover in this game, but most likely it'd have to be an all-in. So when I say recover, he'd have to like pull the boys, commit to an all-in, and herO would have had to have been too greedy, and then like catching herO with his pants down, or maybe sneaking out with some drop play. Alas, Percival is getting a 3rd CC, which tells us he's expanding. So Percival, he is going to be expanding here. And that means that he's not going for the all-in. Is pushing out, don't get me wrong. Stim is about to finish. +1 as well. Nice kiting from herO, does snipe 1 Widowmine. Oh! Gets a Widowmine, likewise catches the Raven. Raven is denied. herO forcing Percival back. Oh. Catching a Stalker. Not bad. Does catch a Stalker and can soon push. But again, he's still bleeding out units. Losing Widowmines here and there. Forcing out a stim. Here he engages. Nice force field. Oh my god. Popping up here out of Percival. Saves some of those Marines. Again, he has good unit control here, but he just doesn't have the numbers. Here he dives into the main base, goes for a massive warp and catches the Raven as well. And Percival can't even drop into his own main. He's being zoned away. He's being zoned back. That's another 2 medevacs falling. Here from here he blinks out. Colossus has right. Tank is exposed. No, the tank. The tank was left alone. And Percival, he's being pulled apart. He's just being pulled apart at this point. And he just cannot expand. His tank count was reset. He's got a handful of Widowmines, but no bunker on the high ground. And at this point here, he can push in. Especially with the Colossus. He has the firepower. Percival needs a miracle defense. The Widowmine's not quite ready. Can try to pull some of the boys. But even then, the Prism has arrived. Massive warping as well. GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game out of herO. Again, able to deflect the initial aggression and, again, as we mentioned, catch a Percival with his pants down. That first move out, it was so important that Percival was trying to force herO to stay back at home, to feel threatened by the drop. But because of herO's initial engagement, because he shut down the initial move out as hard as he did, it meant that there wasn't really much to really threaten him. And herO, he just had no care in the world. He just walked across the map, found an opening. It was also a little bit unfortunate, if you remember, that the first tank of Percival was in the main. It was sieged up in the main base, not at the natural. So the tank wasn't really a factor when it came to the defense, and that's when Percival lost 10 SCVs. He lost 10 SCVs, lost a bunch of his army, and things snowballed from there. Did snowball from there. GG, well played. With that, herO takes a lead, and we'll see if herO can close out the series or if Percival can bounce back. Again, here he is the #1 seed of the tournament, and Percival is the lowest seed of the tournament. That's why they're facing off in the first round. But I want to believe here in our Terran. Can we force the ace match? It's not going to be easy, but we're here for it. Are here for it. And spawning in the bottom left, oh god, in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player from South Korea, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Here we go. Of course, welcome on all to ley lines. I believe the starting map is going to be persistent throughout the entirety of the round. That is usually how OlimoLeague goes. So game 1 was on Ultra Love, and I would expect game 1 to continue to be on Ultra Love here on forward. Likewise, OlimoLeague has a unique veto process in that there are no vetoes. There are no vetoes here, so we actually have Percival opting to go for his map of choice, which is going to be ley lines. Interesting choice here to Percival. And we'll see what the plan is going to be here. I mentioned before that typically we expect Percival to be very aggressive and very all-in on 2 bases in this matchup. That is not what we saw last game, so we might see a bit of a difference here, a bit of a change coming into game 2. As here, he wants that SCV. he wants the worker. Does want it, shouldn't get it. Is forced out. There we go. Is going to be forced out of the main. Likewise, Percival once again, double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC. herO just being so annoying with this probe and is eventually going to be forced out. There we go. Forced to back up. And across the map here, just going for a standard opener. Once again, gate, cybercore into Nexus. There are times, especially on larger maps, where you can go for a faster Nexus before the cybercore, but that is not what hero's been going for, at least not on ley lines or on Ultra Love. More standard setups instead. So settling in. Last game, as a reminder, we saw Reactor to Reaper Hellion. That was, or I guess, really one Hellion into Winter Mines. Not what we're seeing here, though. No fast reactor, not this time. Percival, he's scouting for proxies, making sure there's no shenanigans. After herO takes the lead in the series, it makes sense to scout, as herO now has a little bit of breathing room or a little bit of leeway to go for a cheese. So Percival making sure he's secure. Understandable. CC's on location. On location behind this, getting to a third C. Oh, sorry, 111. I saw the building. I looked at the production tab. I was like, CC? No. So going for a 111 follow-up. All good. And once again, working towards a Winter Mine drop, but this time less committed with the Reaper Hellion. Again, this time only 2 Reapers as opposed to last game where it was 4. As herO going to try to force himself in. Zones away the army. Let's go to sword depths. Oh! Getting a shot off. Gets a shot off, pulls back. And Percival, he doesn't quite find a way in. Gonna bypass the main army, making his way towards the natural. And we'll see what he can get done. Adepts, I mean, herO, he's out of position. Likewise, in a way, so is Percival. Both players might be losing some SCVs here, might be losing workers. Yeah, probes are under fire. The Oracle has arrived with a Stargate opener, and the Oracle's going to completely shut this down. Meanwhile, across the map, the Adepts, they're still wreaking havoc. Oh, they're wreaking havoc. They don't quite shade into the main, thankfully. Does wall off in time. Winter Mines are moving out across the map. Again, Stargate opener into Oracle into Phoenixes here to herO. Phoenixes are on the way. herO trying to break down that front door. Oracle coming in to reinforce. And alas, herO, he won't break into the main. At the same time, does he take notice of that Winter Mine drop? He does. Phoenix in position. Winter Mines, they threaten the mineral line. Didn't quite drop off though. As it going to be unloaded into the main, and the one gets lifted, the other goes down. Oof, brutal pickoffs here. Not a single probe falls. At least Percival gets a full scout. At least he's aware of the Stargate play and the Phoenixes. but ideally he wanted at least a couple of workers. So here he shuts it down. Behind this third base being taken here at the center location, a very aggressive third. This means that here he can reinforce across the map that much faster. Very assertive position here for herO. And Percival back at home, he is going to be trapped. And he's going for a third CC. Okay. Once again, like, at least from what we've seen so far, I expected something more aggressive out of Percival, but no, game 1 and game 2, we're building up towards third bases, which on the one hand is cool because it means, okay, so Percival is playing macro. On the other hand, though, it also means that herO is going to be left untouched. It means that the Protoss player here is very, very much so free to expand and probe, and this base isn't going to be punished anytime soon. So I am concerned. I'm going to be concerned. Glaive and Eps? That's not what I was expecting. But Glaive's on the way for herO, setting up a proxy gateway. It does have a third on the way, that is true, but herO is going to be hyper aggressive. Glaives does not scale well into a longer game. This is for a timing. This is a very strong timing here for herO. Gonna mass up at Eps, mass up Phoenixes. We have seen herO flex this before. And we'll see if we can do it again. So as you can imagine, Glaive and Eps can actually trade quite well against bio units, especially before the upgrades get too out of hand. Stim and combat shields, they're on the way. They should be a factor when it comes to the next fight. But when it comes to the factory production, there isn't really much going on here. What I'm referring to specifically, no Widow Mines or tanks yet. We have a reactor on the way for Widow Mine production. Until then, this army is looking relatively fragile. And here comes herO. Oh boy. herO is pushing in. Again, there's just not much support for the army. There's not much of a backbone. I guess the backbone here is going to be the Cyclones. And here come the Eps. They shade on in. Percival, he has to race back. No bunker. No bunker. No Widow Mines, no tanks. He shades in. He commits. Does commit to the shade. Lifts up with the Cyclones. Cyclones, they get shut down. Stim is not done. Stim is 5 seconds away. Boys are being pulled. And this is already brutal. As here he makes his way into the main base, hunting down those medevacs. And Eps have controlled the low ground, and Percival is just getting picked apart. He just cannot keep up with this. He does have some Marines here to help defend, but not enough. What is that? 2, 3 Marines, they get cleaned up. There's a Viking, there's a turret, but there's no answer to the Eps. We're going full, like, baseline Legacy of the Void. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. herO, he does claim the series 2-0 in a stylistic fashion as well. We do not often see Glaive and Eps in PvT. It's every now and then. It's a very niche build, and we have seen herO do this before, at least in longer series. Was free enough to do it here as well. Congratulations, herO, he will claim the series. And a shout out to Percival though, because again, for Percival to make it here to the monthly finals is an accomplishment in and of itself. So big shout out to Percival. Alas, doesn't take down or doesn't take a map off of herO, but again, herO, I would say, is one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Like herO, he is a beast. He is one of the best Protoss players, if not the best Protoss player in the world. So he is one not to be taken lightly here, and it's difficult for anyone to go up against him. I think it was yesterday that we casted herO versus Björn in a best of 9. So again, he's been putting in the work, has been looking very impressive, and GG, well played. No shame in going down to herO. With that, herO will claim the 2-0, and now we are getting ready for our next match, for our next quarterfinals match. herO, he advances on to the semifinals, but the question becomes, who will face off against him in those semis? Ooh, as the matches, they get more and more intense here. Up next, we have a ZVT. Zerg versus Terran between SHIN and Cure. Let's go, papi. ZVT is what we want, is what we're here for. Again, SHIN, he actually was the finalist for KSL. We had herO and SHIN in the grand finals of the KSL. Here, I mean, potential semifinals match, but even then, I don't want to get ahead of myself, because Cure is a terrifying opponent as well. This could go either way. The skill gap between these two opponents is much closer compared to the previous series. I'm expecting a back and forth. And here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of OlimoLeague, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Gaiman Gladiators, it is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. Representing Team Liquid, it is Cure. Ooh, and that's a pull first. Jeez. Okay. Pull first opener out of SHIN. Bold move from our Zerg player. Technically, this can lead into like a rush with an early gas into an early Roachborn. I expect just like maybe 6 lings, like 4 to 6 lings early on. And I would imagine the goal here is to sneak out across the map, skirt around the edge of the map with those lings, avoid the Reaper, and delay the CC. That is going to be the plan here for SHIN. Meanwhile, we do see Cure back at home. Standard opener, no proxy, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Here we go. Again, Cure has also been relatively active as of late as well. Has been looking quite impressive. Again, I do feel like these two are quite close here in skill, and this could go either way. I would love to see an ace match. Would love to see a game 3. But again, the pressure is on. And as a reminder, game 1 is on OlimoLeague. This is going to be the case for every series in the first round in the quarterfinals. As we have the CC on the low ground, Reaper is on the way. Overlord should confirm the Reaper moving out. And how many lings did SHIN invest into? Only 2. I assumed it was going to be either 4 or 6, but only 2 lings here by SHIN. So very light commitment here to the pool first. This tells me that SHIN was expecting something more aggressive here out of his opponent. Something like 2x Reaper or even a proxy. Reaper gets across the map. Oh, will threaten the third base. And it's go time for the lings. Again, the goal here, delay the CC. And delay they will, as the SCV is under fire. SCV is forced back, the CC is delayed, and again, that was the entire purpose of these 2 lings. Ooh, they take a little hits from the Marine though, and they're going to be zoned away, and now progression can resume for Cure. Now, if this was 4 or 6 lings, then this Marine would be under fire, and it would be exposed, and potentially the Marine could be killed, and then you can delay even further. But again, as we can see here, SHIN, he only invests into 2 lings, so he has to back off. Meanwhile, the third base is actually heavily delayed here. Force them morph into another gas guy, so the drone is still alive, but again, that's the second gas geyser already. And despite the fact that SHIN got some damage across the map, I want to say this is a better position for Cure, as this is a heavily delayed third base. Link speed is on the way. Hatchery finally thrown down. And now we can settle in. Now we can calm things down. We can settle in. Again, a delayed third base here for SHIN. Meanwhile, Cure with a bit of a delayed natural, but going into his own third CC before Starport. Economic build here by Cure. So 3CZ into Starport. We do have the Tech Lab on the way. This should be for an add-on swap into Hellion Banshee. SHIN, he is not afraid to play Roach and play very Roach heavy as well. So playing into Banshee is just a really safe way to play against a player like SHIN. So I'm all for this for Cure. So far, so good. So far, so good. SHIN across the map, just droning, making a safety amount of lings. The goal here should be to catch any kind of dive from the Hellions, and we just spoke about Roaches. Yep, there it is. Roachborn is on the way, which is what we expect out of SHIN. Like SHIN, he's very similar to Dark in that sense, where they're very, very willing to play Roach in the mid game. Players like Solar, players like Raynor, less so. They're more willing to just embrace Lingbane. So it is a stylistic choice here, a style that SHIN is known for. This is where more Banshee-based play can keep you safe. Cure rotating between the bases, landing a third CC. So far, just keeping up. It's going to be a 4:35 lair timing here from SHIN. For his lair, droning up. Again, it's on SHIN to keep up with the rotations of the Hellions, and so far he's doing well. So far, he is keeping up. Behind this, thankfully, it's going to be Bio. We have seen Cure play Mech before, but here it's just going to be a Bio follow-up. We have the second and third Vac. Stim is on the way. We have Cloak almost done. Cure's being active. So I'm just catching up the chat. 1:15 a.m. Get some sleep, Pappy. Get some sleep. Sham. Get some sleep. Always good to see you there. I know that it's not the best. I should say it's quite late in Europe, quite late. So I know it can be difficult to stay up for casting. That's also why we cast twice a day. We have one cast that's a little bit more European friendly. This cast a little bit more American friendly. We do it all. We do it all. 2 casts a day. Ducklings, they do get across the map. 2, 3, 4 SVs going down. Very nice counterattack. Hellions out of position. It's a good runway there by SHIN. So hello, Pecoeta. Had to take my kitty to the vet. Injured is like bad. It's not broken and he's home. So scary, stressful. I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry. I mean, I say I'm sorry to hear. I'm glad to hear that it's nothing too serious. I'm glad to hear that your kitten is or your cat is recovering. So glad to hear. I know it can be very stressful being in that kind of situation, for sure. For sure. Take care, Pappy. Take care. So we have a Cure rotating between the bases. Does rotate once again, threatens the mineral line. Oh, gets a volley up, gets 2. 2 drones going down. Gets a third, but alas, it's going to be a one-way trip, and Cure here will lose everything here. Does get 3 workers, and Hellions didn't really scale too well into a longer game state, but I'm sure he wanted a bit of a better trade here. I'll say slightly better for SHIN, considering that was, what, 4 Hellions and a Reaper for only 3 workers. Meanwhile, Banshees, they move out. They try to hit the 4th base. Spore is not ready, but there is an Overseer, and the Queens are in position. SHIN, he zones away those Banshees. Behind this, some more racks is being thrown down. Getting to a 5 racks? Getting up to an 8 rack setup. Interesting. There is that 1 gas geyser here at the 3rd base. So it is taking 1 gas geyser. I don't see a 2nd factory yet. I'm concerned this might just be a 3 base all-in. Yeah, with this, you can make 12 Marines at a time. No add-ons on these racks as yet. And just the 1 gas. Banshees, they get 4 drone kills. Nicely done. 4 drones going down. You're pushing on the right-hand side. Trading with the Lings. Forced to pick up. Keeping SHIN busy. Okay. It takes the gas. Takes another gas geyser. So what I'm getting at here is that typically, as we attempt to drop into the main, if you take your gases at the 3rd base, this is indicative of taking up and throwing down a 2nd factory and throwing down a 4th CC. But as we can see here, it looks like this is to afford 3 extra tech labs. It's still going to be an ARAX if I'm not mistaken, but with a heavier Marauder count instead. This makes sense against a more Roach heavy composition, which means this still may just be a 3 base all in. As Cure, he's not expanding. He's not expanding. He is not getting a 4th CC. It is a different variation of ARAX, but an ARAX nonetheless. As Curie does drop here at the 4th, at the 5th even. Can he focus on the CC? Oh no, the miles! Ooh. The crazy Medivacs almost go down. A nice snipe here on the expansion. Banshees into the main. Drop as well, and Cure so far, he's distracting SHIN, trying to pull him apart. Takes down a base. Banshees go down. Drop forced to lift, and Cure is going 3 base all in. He's going for the all in. He is choosing not to expand. He's just doubling down. He commits. He's got ARAXs behind this. And he's mass producing Marines and Marauders. And again, those extra gases was for Marauder production. Against the Lingbane Road Traveler style here of SHIN. Curie's pushing in. He's pushing forward. He catches out all these Banelings. And Banelings are not done. They get caught out. Massive pickups. Banelings are going down. SHIN trying to mass up an army. Being forced further back. Nice spread here by Cure. Very nice spread. Now SHIN does have those Vipers. And he needs them to count. He needs those Blinding Clouds. Good Vipers are coming from behind. How many tanks they get? 2. They cover 2, they cover 3 tanks. Banelings ain't rushed in, but the spread might just be too good. Yeah, that spread is insane. Blinding Cloud runs out, and Cure, he's doing it. He breaks through the defensive line, rushes into the 3rd base. Banelings are trying to crash in. Connections not good enough. Yeah, not good enough. Cure, he's done it. He has done it. The army crumbles. And GG gets called. Cure, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Cure, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Cure opted to go for a massive 3-base all-in with 8 racks behind it. SHIN, unfortunately, he was thinking a little bit too far ahead. What I'm referring to, SHIN, he had teched up into a hive. He had an ultra cavern on the way, and he had ultra upgrades on the way towards the end as well. He was taking up into ultras, but against a 3-base all-in, you don't have time for that. You don't have time for ultras. You have to focus and fixate on your army then and there, on maxing out on Lingbane Roach Ravager. He failed to do so. On top of that, was also rough to see that his Banelings got caught out as well. There was like 10 Morphing in Banelings that were denied ahead of time before the main fight occurred, so that all led up into the win for Cure. Very little room for error here, very little time to respond for SHIN, and with that, Cure takes a lead. GG, well played. Whew. Cure does take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2 here. As a reminder, this is SHIN's map of choice. Now, as a reminder, very quickly here, as I have been notified as to the maps for the season, the starting map in the quarterfinals is Ultra Love, and the maps that you can choose between are El Dorado, Leylines, Frostline, and Whispers of Gold. Very quickly, what I mean by that is that the format and the system here in OlimoLeague is loser's pick, no vetoes, but to make up for the fact that there are no vetoes, the event does actually remove maps that can be played on. So it looks like King's Cove alongside Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square have been removed. Amygdala as well. So that's all the large maps actually. Just all the big maps have been removed, and we will not be featuring any of them in this tournament. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran from South Korea representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player, who down in the series representing Guyman Gladiators. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is SHIN. Here we go. Of course, Cure now with the lead. We'll see if he can close it out here and now. SHIN choosing El Dorado makes sense. It's very on brand. I'd say it's very on brand for SHIN to go for one of the more unorthodox and quirky maps in the map pool. Coming into this, we bring this up all the time, but depending on how the Terran player expands, something like Nidus Swarmhost is going to be available. Players like Dark and players like SHIN do actually play Swarmhost Nidus against Bio on this map, depending on the expansions. Again, like if certain portions, certain areas of the map stay completely cut off, then it does make that kind of style more viable. Very similarly as well, something like 2 and 3 base mutaplay can also work because of the short rush distance by air. We'll see, as SHIN is going to be expanding towards his opponent, does mine through those mineral patches. So SHIN is going to gain access here to this southern half of the map, can take this 3rd base, can take this 4th base, and can even go for the gold as a 5th as well. So there's a lot of value here in expanding towards the south. Likewise, we'll see if Cure does the same. We'll see how he does set up. Reaper moves out. Does threaten the mineral line. Immediately only threatened though. Rotating over towards the right-hand side. The drones are getting low. Up, he wants it. Ooh, does want it. Barely doesn't get it. Checks the expansion. Has been taken. Cure, he will pull away as the queens have arrived. And Cure, he's going for the 3rd TC before Starport. Economic build, economic follow-up here. And based on this location, it does look like Cure wants to expand towards SHIN. Now, if Cure does take this expansion, remember, last game, Cure, he went for a 3 base, 8 racks all-in. We could see that again. The reason for this, the rush distance by ground is very short. From this 3rd base to this base, we have one screen in between them. That's all we have. So aggression is favored here if we expand towards each other. That is definitely a factor here for Cure. we might, especially if Shin doesn't play roaches, I would imagine that Cure's 3-base all-in is going to hit a little bit harder, because then he won't need these gases and he won't need those add-ons. He won't need the Marauders specifically, is what I mean. But I might be getting ahead of myself. We'll see which expansion he goes for. Another reason why an all-in can work wonders here, if Cure actually goes for the gold base as his third, this is going to give him a boosted economy, and the downside is that he won't have access to the gases, but he wasn't going to take them anyway, right? Like, the gases weren't going to be a factor to begin with. But now Hellion perks out, takes down a Tumor. Tumor does fall. Banshee production has begun, getting into Cloak, once again, standard opener. And the question becomes, is Shin going to play Roach again? That, to me at least, that's the big question. Is he going to play Roaches? Roaches are typically a very safe way to play. They're a little bit more larva efficient compared to Ling Bane. But we'll see. As Cure, he is going to be rotating over, looking for a way in. So far, Cure, he is still mining through those gold mineral patches, has yet to really gain access to the southern half of the map. Lings, they do hit the natural. They get one. But one SCV, just the one. Up. Barely gets a second. Nice control there by Shin. Pulling back for the one SCV. Behind this, going for a Lair first. Interesting. Lair first here out of Shin. Gases are being taken. I feel like by now we should have seen a Roach Warren if we were playing Roaches. So we might see Baling Nest instead. So Lair first, into Baling Speed, into W Chamber, and 1/1 upgrades. This tells us that Shin, of course, is not playing Roaches. This also tells us that if Cure takes the gold, and he is going for the gold base, he can embrace an 8 racks. He doesn't need those gases. Oh boy. Okay, now we'll see if Shin can pull off a better defense. Now, a big factor as to why Shin did struggle and fail to defend against the all-in the previous game, as we were kind of alluding to, is that Shin was being very greedy. Remember, he was taking up into Hive, into Ultras, into Ultra upgrades, like a bunch of tech that never factored in. It never did factor in, and of course the Baling's getting caught out as well. This time we could see Shin playing a little bit safer here. Importantly as well, Shin doesn't expand further towards his opponent, doesn't go for the gold, he expands towards the top side instead. So a much safer 4th base for Shin. Much safer expansion. We do have a double Banshee rotating over towards the main. They do throw in the main base. As they head in. And alas, the drones are going to be going down, getting 4 drones so far, not bad. Getting 4 workers, rotating down, getting up to 5. Just up to 5 so far. Meanwhile, Shin, instead of going Ling Bane Roach Raptor, Ling Bane Hydra. Out of the Zerg. Oh! Man, she takes a lot of hits. Lings move out, they get met here by the Hellions. They do get shut down. And Cure, he's expanding. Sorry, I'm caught up. Okay, Shin. Sorry, Cure. I think I said Shin. Cure, he's expanding. He is getting a 4th base. He's not going for an 8 racks 3 base all in. We're setting up for a longer game. This time, a little bit surprised by here. Okay, never mind. Just clearing up all this creep, maintaining his position, forcing Shin further back. And now I'm a little bit concerned. I do like knocking down these rocks. Rocks get knocked down, clearing up those tumors. And it does mean that Cure, he's safer from us around. Just 1 attack pod. So he does simplify things here. Does simplify, getting a 4th base, building up more bio. Shin trying to rotate it around, going for another counterattack. And we'll see what Shin can do as he's getting ready for a Bane bust. And there isn't really much to defend the natural. There is 1 tank, but just the 1. You know, Shin is still building up. Now, what's important as opposed to the previous game, Shin, he is a little bit more adverse here to teching. This might be a byproduct to the last game where Shin is a little bit paranoid, but because of that late infestation pit, late hive tech, late lurkers as well. I say that infestation pit now is going to be on the way, But SHIN, he's focusing a lot more here on just building up his Ling Bane Hydra army to make sure he doesn't just get toppled over. So investing a lot more heavily here into this army. And again, I don't blame him. Here he's setting up. Knocking down those tumors. Does knock them down. Pushing his way forward. SHIN, he's maxed. Getting his maxed out of Ling Bane Hydra, and really mainly Ling Bane. That's a lot of Ling Bane as well. Rocks are being knocked down, which means SHIN can attempt to surround. And I'm a little bit concerned by the setup here by Cure. I mean, he has a decent spread, but still very, very vulnerable here to a surround. As he's slowly sieging forward. I would love to see like SimCity here, or knocking down these rocks as well to secure himself. And maybe some depots, some bunkers. Something else to set up. As both armies are maxing out. Hive is now on the way. Lurker Den as well. Speaking of SimCity, there we go. Sensor tower and missile turrets. This will help. It's a good start. As Curious slowly sieging his way forward. Now again, by now Vipers were already out, and Vipers are they're a non-factor at the moment. Catch some of the Marines. Oh. SHIN attempting a run by here from the top side. Well, Lings, they get a tank, not bad. Causing a bit of havoc. Pulling away Kier's attention. But Kier, he is gaining ground. Moving on to the base, Viper production now has begun. But again, this is far later than last game. It's far later in the base, it's going to be forfeits. And nice pick off here, Curie shuts down the third. But SHIN does have all these northern bases. Like, these bases have been very safe. And here comes the Bane Blast. Bane Blast comes in, knocks down the depot wall. And alas, the tank falls. Oh my god, he shuts down the Banelings. Lings, they do get a decent surround. They catch a tank, they get a second. Being forced further back. And with that cure, he will hold. Did lose 2 tanks in the process, but he holds nonetheless. And he keeps pushing. Now, what's scary about this kind of game state, on the one hand, it's like north versus south, where Cure, he has all these southern bases, he's going for another gold as well, and he has access to the gold of the Zerg player as well. But what's scary is that he has access to the natural, and if he breaks the natural, he ends the game. He will straight up end the game if he can break this position. Alas, Cure, he rotates instead. It's a bit of an awkward rotation. You can see the tanks getting choked up. And he's time to set up. SHIN doesn't engage at a time. Here come those blinding clouds. Oh, going for the yoinks. Gets all those libs. Shuts down the tanks. The tanks are on siege. Yeah, they get caught on siege. Massive pickups. SHIN, he will shut this down. Hitting up every single tank. The spread with the Bio is good, but Cure, he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Again, it was just a really awkward rotation. His army took too long. The tanks took too long. And SHIN takes supply lead. Does take the supply lead. There is liberation, though. There's some freedom. The freedom has arrived. Is getting within range of the lurkers. Not bad. There's a scan. Lurkers are going down. Oh. This is still getting quite close here. Ling Rumbai is attempted, but there are reinforcements back at home. SHIN is not out of the woods yet. Collapsing the army. Takes down the Hydras, takes down the tank. Hydras, the Liberators, I mean, with the Hydras. And now the Lurkers, they can maintain themselves. Gets the final Liberator. SHIN holds. She's barely holding on, but the reinforcements, they just keep on going. Cure, does he have it though? Can he break through? He's within range. Brutal tank shots. Gets one of the lurkers, but here come the Vipers, and the Yoinks have arrived. He gets one, he ducks 2. Oh, Just a medevac. Bit of a misclick. Oh no! Oh, speaking of misclick, no, the burrow! That was not intentional. SHIN, the fumble. He burrowed and he lunged at the same time. Oh no. And with that, that's a big chunk of Hydras going down. Lurkers are exposed. Cure. No shot. Has he done it? Off of the back of the miscontrol. Oh my god. SHIN. That tank should have been dead, by the way. That tank was going to be targeted down. And Cure, he does it. He does it. He breaks through. The base is going to fall. The mineral land as well. SHIN, he lost everything. You don't get many situations like that. Like, the closest I can think of is like, I don't know, like a Patience or like a herO blink, where he blinks into tanks that he loses everything. Here, he lunged forward and then barred by accident, and then likewise lost everything as well. Like, ay. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. And GG gets called. There's no recovering from that. Cure, he will take the series at 2-0. Will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played here. Cure, he will claim the series. Honestly, things were looking quite good for SHIN here, especially when it came to the first fight on the top side of the map. When we saw Cure, when he got congested, when he was trying to rotate, because of that congestion, because the tanks were late to actually head on over to the other side, it meant that he was caught unsieged. He was caught unsieged. He lost everything, lost all of his tanks. That was a big blow to Cure. Despite that, he still was able to rally and barely break through SHIN. SHIN, he almost held on there as well. Again, he lunged forward to focus down that final tank, and he didn't get the tank because he burrowed. He was that's the first time we've seen that kind of miscontrol so far when it comes to the new introduction of the lunge mechanic for Hydras. At least that's the first time I've seen that, and GG well played. With that, Cure, he does capitalize, does take the win, and Cure will advance on to face off against herO in the next round. GG well played. You know, it happens. Again, the closest thing that I recall that's comparable to that is, like, I mean, sure, there's like other moments where you like maybe move command forward and you lose too much, or like you miss rally, but that was more like a Patience blink, where Patience, he would blink into an army and then lose everything. Like, he would no, just misjudge the situation a little bit. This is not, I guess, not as, it's a little bit different in a way, but regardless, GG well played. Whew, with that, congratulations, Cure will advance on, and we are now halfway through the quarterfinals. Up next, we have our PvP. It is going to be a mirror matchup here. We have a mirror matchup between Zoun and Creator. Let's go. Let us go. As Cure, of course, he advances on to face off against herO in the semis. We'll get there. We'll get to the semifinals eventually. But now we're going to be focusing our attention on the lower matches. The lower quarterfinal matches. Let's go. Once again, game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. Here we go. Justice reigns from above. The freedom, the freedom. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, recently returning from the military. It is Zoun. Oh. Here we go. Oh my god, they're talking about food. Don't know what to eat. Rice noodles with coriander. Red pepper. Let's go. Red bean paste, maybe? Why are they talking about food? Beautiful. But again, I believe, of course, this was played yesterday, and yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, was Lunar New Year. Lunar New Year, or Chinese New Year, was yesterday, and, you know, they might be talking about getting food, you know, celebrating. I would imagine. Would make sense. Would make sense. As now we calm things down, we do have a gate cybercore into expansion setup here. Now, the reason why we do see this setup where we are mirroring each other is because there is a ramp coming into the natural. So it is safe to go for more economic builds. We should not be seeing 2 gate openers here on Ultra Love. And the question becomes, who is able to expand first? Do we delay each other? Zealots are already being forced out. Because of these Zealots, we should be able to force out a Stargate before the Nexus. That is the ideal as we are waiting for the cybercore. Now, if we both open up Stargate, then that leads into Phoenix Wars. This is how Phoenix Wars are birthed and kind of come about. Speaking of, there it is. Stargate for Zoun, Stargate for Creator. And it isn't just that they open Stargate, it's because they both see each other open Stargate. That means that you have to make Phoenixes. You have to make Phoenixes, and once you start making Phoenixes, you do not stop. You don't stop making Phoenixes, you just commit. You commit even more, and then you get a second Stargate into Fleet Beacon, into Phoenix Range, into Mass Phoenix, and there you go. This is the reason why you see Phoenix Wars more often on Ultra Love, on maps that just have ramps coming into the expansion. You can see it on Abyssal Reef as well, and on many other maps. There's one that's slipping in my mind. Not Ley Lines. Neo Violet Square. There you go. So speaking of Phoenixes, yep, there we go. Phoenix is on the way for Zoun, Phoenix is on the way for Creator, and we should not be stopping Phoenix production. There are certain windows, there are certain timings that are going to be available where one player can kind of like skyrocket ahead than the other. The big first timing is going to be the second Stargate. When and where does a player invest into a second Stargate for double Phoenix production to give themselves an edge over their opponent? As the Adept is forced out. Adept is forced out of the natural. More Phoenixes are building up. Now, this early on, it is very risky to be active with your Phoenixes. You don't want to get caught out. If you lose one Phoenix, then that could just be game. That could just be game then and there. So you have to be so careful. We see Zoun being active. He does have 2 Adepts and a Zealot. With the greater ground army, he can try to poke in and try to get some damage done. And he can try to force his opponent to expose their own Phoenixes when he tries to lift up a unit. Second Stargate on the way for Zoun and Creator at the same time. Adepts, they do shade in, and the 2 Adepts, they can one-shot drones. Can one-shot workers. Once again, trying to keep the production. And the Creator is going to be forced to engage. He's forced in. 4th Phoenix has arrived, and Zoun has to get the hell out of here. Zoun has to pull away. This, he does get a couple of probe kills, but it's going to be cleaned up. Creator does defend, and Zoun pulls back. Now, at the end of this skirmish here, Creator still maintains a slight worker advantage, and Zoun took a lot of hull damage. Didn't lose a Phoenix, but that is a lot of hull damage on these Phoenixes, so I do want to say that Creator is in a better position. He is in a better position here. Zoun going to be the first to expand. Still making Mass Phoenix. From here, we could try to invest into a Fleet Beacon into Phoenix Range. Has yet to be the case. Creator a little bit late with that probe. Does pylon block the triangular third base, but won't be there in time to block the linear third. As you can see, pylons being thrown down, and now Creator sees for the first time the expansion. So again, he's just a little bit too late to block. And that does place a lot of pressure on Creator because he is down in expansion compared to his opponent. Phoenix counts are neck and neck. So far we're stacking. Trying to stack up. Oh, lining up the shots. We just engage, we just commit. I have a defensive advantage in favor of Zoun. He has faster reinforcements. And with that, Creator, it looks like he's going to be forced back. Yeah, Zoun takes the better fight. Somehow, some way, he does shut this down. GG gets called. Takes down the little Phoenixes, and Zoun will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Zoun will take lead in the series. It is very difficult to take a fight on your opponent's side of the map. What we saw there, again, because Zoun fought right next to his Stargate, it meant that technically he was up a Phoenix because it was able to reinforce that much faster. If you even being up one Phoenix, I mean, that's brutal. That's brutal. Then there, things can very quickly escalate out of control. This is also why some people aren't necessarily too fond of Phoenix Wars, because all it takes is one Phoenix advantage for the fights to very quickly swing in your favor. Because of that, we typically see more passive play. Like, because it's so hard to take a fight on your opponent's side of the map, we usually just like back off and we just, you know, get a third expansion, another Stargate, into like a mothership, into like Sky Toss. Things go a little bit in a more different manner. But a creator, he was a little bit less patient, and committed. GG will play it. Zoun does take a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we are jumping into that second game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, who, down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover, and force the ace match. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, leading the series 1-0. It is Zoun. And that prerequisite that allows for Phoenix Wars to occur is not present here on ley lines, as there's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the natural, so it is considered unsafe to go for those more greedy gate cyber expansions. That is not the case here, so we have 2 gate openers instead. We should be seeing a 2 gate opener here from Zoun, likewise 2 gate opener out of Creator. So a very different dynamic, very different PvP. It's all map dependent. Of course, this is Creator's map of choice. It does make sense that he would avoid a map that has a ramp, especially after that last game. And not many players enjoy Phoenix Wars, enjoy playing it. Sometimes they have to embrace it. They have to, you know, get into it here on Ultra Love. Not the case on ley lines. Now, what's important? 2 gate opener out of Creator. Zoun, he is going for a greedy build. Zoun, aka Max Pack. So Zoun, he goes for a gateway into Cybercore, into Nexus. Zoun is cutting corners. Now, what Zoun is doing here has been a more popular style in the Korean scene ever since the latest patch. Ever since the PTR even of the latest patch, we have seen herO kind of lead the charge, and players like Zoun, Classic, Trap, and even Creator as well, Creator a little bit less so, but even Creator as well, following in his footsteps here, to kind of embrace the Max Packs opener in the latest patch. So Zoun, he's following suit here, and this does put a lot of pressure on Creator. It means that Creator now has to make a choice. Does he all in? Does he try to all in Zoun? But now pylon blocking, delaying the expansion, behind this going into Stalker Adept. But there is no proxy. There is no setup for a proxy pylon, for a proxy gateway, or a robo, or anything else. There is a second gas geyser, so Zoun might just go for a Stargate before expanding. Never mind. It is going for the Nexus. So again, very greedy build here by Zoun to rush into the fast Nexus into a delayed Stargate. Creator going for a faster Stargate into a later expansion. So slightly more economic here for Zoun. And I'm curious how our players do follow this up. Now, Creator, he has not actually confirmed what's going on. He has not scouted the main. Zoun will with the hallucination. Which means Zoun will have the option and the choice to actually make a Phoenix first instead of an Oracle. Creator, he doesn't really have that luxury. Zoun, yep, there we go, he confirms. Zoun, he confirms the Oracle that's on the way, and we should just be opening up Stargate into Phoenix. Like, Phoenixes, they will shut this down, and then suddenly Zoun gains map control, and then suddenly I'm concerned for Creator. I am concerned. As this is a big investment, and I don't really see this Oracle doing much damage. And unfortunately, Creator just doesn't know. Like, he hasn't seen what's going on across the map. Remember, Creator, he chose not to open Sentry. There was no Sentry-based opener, it was Adept and Stalker instead, so he has no hallucination, he has no vision. Until now. Until this Oracle. As Creator, he moves out across the map, Stalker's in position, Phoenixes are amassing. It's going to be Stargate into Robo, into Immortal production. Delayed blink or non-existent blink. And the Oracle, yeah, he has to get out of here. And he's not going to be able to. Yeah, brutal pickoff. That's going to be a kill as the Oracle goes down for nothing. Behind this, there is no second Oracle. Creator, he's working towards a blink instead. And this is where Zoun needs those Immortals. Now again, Zoun, he knows that he's going to be behind when it comes to that blink timing and when it comes to those blink stalkers because he's amassing Phoenixes. That is why he has to play Robo. If he didn't, he would have no answer and he would be overwhelmed. With this Robo, we need as many Immortals as possible to survive and to make up for the lack of stalkers. The stalkers that Creator will have in his favor. As Creator's throwing down extra gateways, getting into his 4-gate blink setup. There's that first Immortal, and again, Zoun needs as many as he can get. As many as he can muster. Zoun rotating between the bases, spots the expansion, delays the third, not bad. Does delay the expansion. Creator moving in. Stalkers are ready. Blink has yet to complete. Zoun confirms the Twilight Council. He's fully aware that Blink is on the way. And Zoun, he may just opt to skip Blink entirely, and with this Twilight Council go charge. Or charge lots. Archon Immortal. The other option here is we could see Zoun not expand and go for a Glaive Adepts and go for a 2-base all-in. But it is going to be charge. There we go. We have confirmation. Charge is on the way. That's extra gateways. Uh-oh. We have how many gates in total? We have 4 gates in the main. We have 2 gates hidden here at the natural. Are we going for an 8-gate 2-base all-in? We're waiting for more. We're waiting for more gateways. 4 probes going down. Creator, he moves out to deny the expansion. There is no third. And do you see what I see? More gateways. Yeah, more gateways on the way. It is going to be a 2-base all-in. And it's on Creator to scout and confirm. Creator, he hasn't seen the gateway count yet. There is a tell, though. That is the fact that there's no base. You can see he's checking. He's checking for an expansion. There is no third. The longer this goes on, the more suspicious it's looking. He shades in. Does shade in. Oh. Trying to catch one of the Phoenixes. And Creator, he needs side defense. He needs cannons, shield battery. There we go. Shield battery's on the way. He's aware. He's aware that something's wrong. He's aware that something's coming his way. Once again, you see he's checking for a third. Snipes the Phoenix. And knowing is half the battle. Nice pickles here from Creator. Triggering those shields. Creator, even though he knows what's going on, he has to slow it down. He has to pick away at the army. Ideally, he gets a couple of zealots here. Takes down the Phoenixes, gets one more. Oh, but he's also getting picked off. Does kill the Phoenix, but bleeds out 2 more Stalkers. Creator, he pulls away. The Prism has arrived. Zoun is going to commit. And what do we have to defend? We have 1 shield battery, soon to be 4 shield batteries. A cannon further back. Zoun does have the supply lead. The army supply is on his side. Zoun getting supply blocked. Oh. Supply blocked. There we go. Pylons to finish up. More reinforcements on the way. Triggers that Immortal. Buy more time for more shield batteries. Not bad. Getting extra war pins. And here we go. Creator is going to commit. Sorry, Zoun is going to commit. Peels off towards the expansion. Probe's going to be going down. Takes down the final Phoenix. And Zoun is pushing in. And does he have enough, though? That's so many shield batteries. That's what? 5, 6 shield batteries here to defend. There's a cannon as well. Best case scenario for Creator. And he's holding. He does hold the line. Forces back the army. 7 probes going to be going down. And Zoun, he's not really getting any ground here. Gets a pylon. Rotating over, taking a lot of hits. More cells are coming in. Archon goes down. Massive pickup. Cells have arrived. Shield batteries are running out of energy. And Zoun is rotating over. And there we go. Now we can commit. Nice force field. Locks down the Stalkers. And more than... Oh my god, a little bit of miscontrol here. The move command. Some of the Stalkers, they get caught out. But now we're down to 3 Immortals, down to 2 Archons, down to 1 Archon. As Zoun is running out of steam. He's running out of Archons. Just 1 Archon left. Does take down the Immortal. Another Immortal on the way. Now at least Zoun has maintained that Immortal count. Still very close. Very clutch. It's been a very patient all-in, and GG gets called. Zoun breaks through, and Zoun will take the series at 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A really patient all-in there out of Zoun with that whole position micro. Honestly, it was really important that Zoun did not throw away those zealots. That was the purpose of the whole position, is that he was getting some damage done, he was forcing energy to be siphoned from those shield batteries, and he was preserving those zealots for as long as he could. He was preserving those zealots until the very end, where he could finally start to commit. Once the shield batteries were out of energy, he can just start to take these fights, and he did cripple the economy, did break through, did overwhelm. Whew, GG. Not just whole position micro, but he also maintained the Immortal count. Didn't lose a single Immortal there. And Zoun will advance on to the semis. Congratulations. Congratulations. Zoun does advance on. And we have 1 series left. 1 series left here in the quarterfinals. We have 1 more TVP. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Whew, oh my god. And again, I'm a little bit surprised as well, like, considering the creator, he had, like, what, 6 shield batteries? Like, it was insane. Just the defensive setup that he had, still not enough. Still not quite enough. And so far, we've had purely 2 zeros. Do we finally get a back and forth? It's going to be a tough one here. We have a TVP between some European competitors here, between Clem and Gerald. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ultra, we have the reigning world champion. We have the French Terran player himself. For Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. Here we go. Done. Here we go. As again, Clem, he is going to be the heavy favorite to, I would say, win the entire tournament. I was giving praise to herO earlier, being like, yo, he's like the favorite to make a deep run and to maybe even win everything here. And that's true. I stand by that. But Clem is straight up the favorite of the tournament. He's a favorite player here. He is the reigning world champion, the best player in the world. Everyone looks to him to win whatever he plays in. And we'll see if anyone can bring him down. Can Clem be stopped? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. So far, we do have our standard openers. Clem opening up with something more economic is going to be a Rax Expand, no double gas. Honestly, something a little bit refreshing here, just because we saw purely double gas openers out of Percival. Here, we see something more economic. Reaper's on the way. Gerald, he's here to delay the expansion for as long as he can. I will delay for a second, if that, as Clem will get the CC. At least Gerald did force the second SCV down to low ground, and you can see Gerald just being as annoying as possible. Does haze away at the SCV. And pulls back. Again, just forcing some inefficient mining. Behind this, Gerald just getting his own expansion up and running as well, and soon to be getting to his tech of choice. What's it going to be? Twilight Council, Robo, or Stargate? Sorry, I was just blowing my nose. But yes, Gerald, he does save the probe. Let's go. He saves it. Does save the probe. Was almost hunted down by the Reaper. does get away in time. Behind this, we have a safety bunker on the low ground. This is to make sure that Clem, because of his economic opener, he has less of a map presence with Reaper Hellion, but this means that he's going to be safe here to actually maintain that low ground against early Adept and early early Adept and early Stalker move outs. As Clem does slip into the main, catching a transferring worker, at least trying to. Oh, gets one. Gets one probe, pulls away. Does pull away. Behind this, getting into zone 111. Do have some Hellions on the way here just for some scouting information. No commitment to Hellion. Tech Lab as well for, I would imagine, early tank production. We'll see if we do open up Cyclone. I mean, Clem hasn't really seen the tech, so a Cyclone would be a safe way to play, as he doesn't know if it's going to be Stargate or not. As Gerald is opening up a Blink Stalker. And interesting, that is an add-on swap. Okay, Tech Lab on the starport, going to be opening up, I would imagine, Banshee. As the initial units do skirmish, they'll get shut down. Raven opener, okay. My apologies, not a Banshee, it's going to be Raven opener here at a Clem. This is something that we really don't see too often anymore. If you remember, it was what, a year ago, 2 years ago, Raven openers and Interference Matrix was very common in this matchup, but this was also during the era of Robo and Colossus based openers, or Phoenix Colossus, where Ravens, they had a lot more utility as they could disable and shut down Colossi. Here, Ravens are mainly used to harass. We much more rarely see investment into the upgrade of Interference Matrix in TVP nowadays. It's a lot more rare, it's, yeah, not as viable. Meanwhile, Gerald, he expands. Does expand behind this. He's got one gateway here at the natural, one gate in the main, so 2-gate blink into a third. Economic build here by Gerald. And from here, Gerald, he can start teching. Robo is done, he can work towards a Bay. Speaking of, there it is, Bay into Colossus production. So very economic build into a standard follow-up out of Gerald. Nothing too fancy. Shuts down the Reaper. Reaper goes down, Clem building up his bio. Getting his own 3-1-1 setup. Third TC's on the way, tells us that Clem is not going for a 3-base all-in. Sorry, for a 2-base all-in. He is getting a third. Working towards stim, working towards +1. Building up his upgrades. And will soon break out. Just waiting for those upgrades to move out across the map. And we'll see if Gerald can slow this down. As again, Gerald doesn't really have much of an army because he's been taking so much. He's just focusing on Colossus now, into Charge, into Forge and +1, building up his economy. And Gerald, he's just hoping to contain. Hoping to contain the Terran. As Clem does slip by, the Raven coming online. Gets a probe. Gets 2 probes. 2 probes going down, he gets up to 3, not bad. 3 probe kills. Bearing in mind the Raven is still alive and can throw down more turrets. Can be a thorn in Gerald's side. As Stim is now done and Clem can finally break out. Doesn't want to waste the stim. Oh! Takes down the Observer. Observer gets sniped. Tank sieges. And Gerald has to back off. So a nice breakout here from Clem. Bleeding out only a couple of Marines. Third base now being taken. Clem does hold on to that tower. And brings it down himself. Like, mate, don't bring down my own tower. I'll do it. It's like Clem will shut it down. Gerald getting another base, and so far it's just been a very passive game. Very passive, very macro. just slowly building up our bases. Clem is now getting his third fully operational. Likewise, Gerald is securing his own third and getting his fourth up and running as well. As that's going to be another 4, another 5, another... Oh my, almost up to 6. 7 probes going down. Very nice counterattack here by Clem. The Raven is still alive, still between the bases. Raven is still active. And likewise, Gerald, he has eyes on the main army. The Observer's right here. So he sees everything. He sees the rotations. He sees the lack of rotations. Gerald trying to keep up. Setting up a Zealot run by. Really just waiting for a moment, waiting for a distraction. Then he can strike. Likewise, Clem being active. Storm is on the way for Gerald. Not going into Disruptors, so triple Colossus into Storm. He's being very adventurous with his army. I don't think he really intends to fight, just to poke in to allow the Zealots to wreak havoc. But again, Clem has also just been very defensive. Just been chilling back at home. No drop play. The only harass has been from the Raven. Nice snipe. But only from the Raven. Speaking of the Raven, once again, getting 2 probes, getting 3, 4. Oh my god. 4 workers going down. There's still just been no answer to that one Raven. Ay, ay, ay. Getting how many kills so far? 12. 12 kills on the Raven. Gerald, he rotates with the main army. This time less sure about. Takes down a Widowmine. Zealot's being set up on the right. Colossus are going to be punished here. Vikings moving in. They do get some hull damage. Likewise, Zealots, they get caught out. Nice catch here from Clem. Cleans up the Zealots. Gerald going for his own counterattack. Storms are ready. Storm is done. Clem spots this with the CC. It's gonna respond. Nice snipes. Ooh, we'll take one Storm to the face though. Storm pops up. At the same time, here comes the main force. Clem, can he hold on? Nice Storm here on the army. Very nice Storm. Gerald poking in. Roundmine for the most part gets dealt with. Planetary's on the way. And Gerald pulls back. He does pull away. Now getting up to 4 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossus. Getting up to 4. Oh. Nice EMP. EMP pops off. Clem is max. And Gerald's not there yet. He's getting there. And has a lot of potential with that army. A lot of it comes down to the storms and feedbacks. Ooh, speaking of, EMP does pop up. Still more storms left over. Storm does connect. Nice snipe here on the ghost. No! Oh my god, the tower gets knocked down. Takes out the Colossus. Not like this. Colossus falls. That's something I haven't seen yet. Of course, the tower does do damage. Oh, the Nova! Nova connects. Okay, brutal connection here on the Marauders. Marauders, they survive. Clem keeps pushing. And Gerald, he's in trouble. He is in trouble here. Colossus getting crushed by the tower. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. As Clem, he's still maxed, forcing his way through. There are some swords available. Here come the storms. Up. Oh, nice connections. Very nice connections. Storm lands. EMP as well, though. Catching out that flanking High Templar. Vikings, yeah, they can commit. They can shut down every Colossus. He gets 1. There's 2 left. 2 Colossus remaining. Gerald, he plummets in supply. does plummet. As Gerald, he's trying to keep up. Clem, he's already remaxed. And Gerald, he's reinforcing with more High Templar and more Disruptors. Does he only have one Robo? Oh, only one Robo. Again, this is a big reason why Gerald is having a hard time remaxing. He can only make one Robo unit at a time, one Disruptor. Getting another base, getting another expansion. He's up to 100 probes. Arguably too many. I mean 100% too many. There's too many workers, too many probes. It's eating into his army. His army's gonna be that much smaller. So Romite comes in, does hit the mineral line. Main army rotates. I'm trying to keep up. Collapsing in the army. Up. Storm stays turned away. Some decent storms though. Nice connection as well with that Nova. Despite that, Clem is still chasing him down. And Gerald just doesn't really have much to work with. And he loses another Colossus. Nice flanking storm. The storms. They're keeping Gerald in this. Storms, they pop off. They soften up the forces here of Clem. Clem still trying to rally in. Coming in for a flank. Nova goes off, Colossus goes down. And it's still a better trade here for Clem. And where's the splash damage? No more storms, no more disruptors. No Colossus either. Just Blink Stalker. Just Blink Stalker remain. Gerald trying to reinforce. One disruptor has arrived. Has to move forward. Again, he still has 100 probes. He has a bank. He can't spend his money. He's trying. We'll take down the CC. Command Center is going to be going down. At the same time, the Raven is still popping up. That one Raven, 18 kills. He's crazy. Hey, gets a CC. So I'll say to the Command Center. Meanwhile, 2 more Disruptors going down. There's some feedback, but it's still a better trade here for Clem. Liberation has arrived. He has freedom. There's too much freedom. As Clem, he sims in, and there's nothing to stop him. The base was warmed down. Gerald, he saves the probes. Let's go. He preserves the 100 probe counts. And from here, Clem, he should be suddenly at control. Like, he's going to break down the expansion, break down the Nexus. Snipes the High Templar. Colossus has arrived. I mean, hey, there's no more Vikings. But there's Liberators. The freedom is still here. Trades with the Stalkers. Now going for the expansion. Another base going to be falling. At the same time, Gerald, oh my god, the DT counterattack. Doing well for himself. Gets some SCVs, but it's still not enough. Doesn't get the expansion. Clem just keeps pushing. EMP pops up. A nice storm. Oh my, the storms. The storm, they continue. The storms have been good. It's just we need more than just storms though. That's the problem here. That throughout the entire game, the storms have been solid for Gerald. Clem just takes him to the face. But what about the bases, the economy? For a while, actually, the economy was just a little bit too good for Gerald. It was hurting him more than anything. EMP grazes the army once again. And Clem just rotates. He backs off, he rotates. No need to keep pushing, playing it slow. Collapsing in the army, comes in from behind. Brutal EMP once again. And Gerald, he cannot escape. Now we have Vikings. He flies now. As there's still one more Colossus. Gerald will try to hold on. He has a bank to work with. Nope. But Clem, he cannot be contained. He overwhelms Gerald, forcing him further back, down to 3 bases. And Gerald's still in 73 probes, which is impressive. But the army is what's lacking. And just being chased down once again. The Colossus, the Stalkers. We're down to 3. Down to 3 Stalkers. And now we're being fueled by copium a little bit here. Oh no. The cope is real. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. Ah. GG, well played, Clem. Will take lead in the series. Shout out to Gerald. I mean, again, it was a pretty passive game. It was a pretty passive game initially for the first half, with both players just getting a 3rd base, getting a 4th base, getting a 5th base. If you remember, Clem, he was only harassing with that Raven. He had 18 kills on that Raven by the end, which was crazy throughout the course of the entire game. But when it came to the maxed out armies, again, this is where I do believe that Gerald's high probe count was hurting him more than anything. Even though both armies were maxed out, Gerald, he was missing out on arguably like 20, maybe even at times up to 30 army supply that could have been there to help him. Instead, he just had too many probes. And he had a massive bank. He had like a 4k mineral bank at one point. He had like 4k 2k or 4k 3k. He had a lot of money to work with, but he was maxed, so he couldn't actually spend his money, and he wasn't teching either into Sky Toss or anything like that. I don't think he needed to. Like, he was trading well with his army, just didn't have the numbers, didn't have enough to sustain himself. GG. GG, well played. Clem does take a lead in the series, and that leads us into game number 2. It's going to be Gerald's map of choice. And once again, as it's been a popular choice here, we're loading into ley lines. Let's go. We're loading into ley lines, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Gerald for Streamer Zone. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Like, your uncontainable mirth brings me joy. Never change. Ah, thank you, mister. Thank you. Mr. Mintzler, even. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. I mean, I'd like to believe that I won't change. What I mean by that, I have put myself through the ringer in the sense that, you know, we've been casting on this channel since, what, 2017? And I think it was in 2021 or 2022 where I intentionally put myself through like the most rigorous casting schedule possible. I was like doing like 14-hour casts like for like almost a week straight. And I wanted to like test myself. I wanted to see like if I would get like worn down or if I would like burn out. It never happened. Like we just kept going, but we just kept. It's like, oh, okay. We're good to go. So we'll be there for you, Pat. We'll be there for you. Always. At least when it comes to casting. When it comes to playing, that's when the smudge comes out, baby. That's when the smudge comes out. But yes, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. As for now, we do have our setup here. Standard opener out of Gerald. Likewise, Clem going to be opening up double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem, going for a Rax into factory. Is going to be settling in. Here we go. So far, so good. Now, with this more aggressive opener here, I should also emphasize that last game Clem did open up economically. He went for a Rax expand. This time, with a more assertive start, we could see a commitment into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We could commit into like a proxy starport. I mean, there's no SCV out on the map. For a Hellion drop, we can go into early Banshee production, early Tank drop, early Cyclone drop, committed Wintermine drop as well. There's a lot of potential here for Clem. We'll see what direction he takes us in. We shall see. As for now, he's being active with that Reaper. Does move out. And we have our take of choice from the Protoss. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener from Gerald. Wait for the Twilight Council. Up. Reaper dips in. Reaper force back. It's going to be force back. No tech lab, no add-on swap. Interesting, and we see why. Going for an early drop. Medevac is on the way. Marines alongside one imagining Wintermine as well. Okay, so early game aggression out of Clem, which is what we expected out of a double gas opener. It's going to be more aggressive early on. Just waiting for that factory production as well. And there it is. We actually saw Clem backing up a lot of resources there, so a bit of a later tech lab on that factory. Despite that, the first wood mine is here, and here comes the drop. Here comes the drop across the map. I believe the Adept barely did spot it. Will delay the expansion. Nicely done here by Gerald. There's nothing to defend. Uh-oh. As Clem is going to be stuck on a one-base setup, on a one-base economy, at least a little bit longer here, as he's committing to his drop. Yeah, boys are being pulled. This is a really drastic response here for Clem. But he just wants to expand. There we go. Finally, he can land. The shade runs out. There are stalkers back at home. But the drop does boost into the main. Going for the mineral line. Wouldn't mind does borrow, doesn't want to waste on the probes. Oh! Does unborrow in time. And so far, he gets 4 probe kills. Not bad. 4 workers going down. The Widowmine wants to zone away the stalkers, ideally. And he's going for the pylon. Oh, can he get it? He can. No shot. The Atosis pylon goes down. Mine shot goes off, and Blink is delayed. Very nice snipe here. Blink is going to be heavily delayed. 2 gamers get depowered as well. Atosis, not like this. As Clem does pull away, even saving the medevac, and 4 Marines. Does pull away in time. Behind this, we have Gerald, of course, trying to recover back at home. He's going to be delayed. He's stuck. At third base now on the way. And Clem is free to continue his aggression. Now going for Liberators and going for another Raven follow-up. We saw how effective this Raven harass can be, how difficult it can be to deal with, and Clem can just continue that here as well. Now again, it is very unorthodox to respond with like a Stargate into like a Phoenix or a Void Ray to deal with 1 Raven, so with good enough control, the Raven should just survive and just stay in the dead space the entire game once again. So Clem going to be embracing that for a second time. Geralt, meanwhile, just stuck at home, taking up, not just Blink Stalkers, now taking towards that bay, towards Disruptors, towards Colossus. Meanwhile, Geralt, he does get eyes on that lib. At least I assume so, as he's trying to find any stray unit here in the corner of the map. Medevac checks, and Clemmy scouts the third base. Okay, so he's aware of the third. He's aware there is no all-in. Army breaks out. Stim is actually only just now beginning. Very delayed stim here for Clem. But despite that, because of the third base, he feels free enough to move out like this. To break out. As Clem moves out, Gerald comes in from behind, catching reinforcements, going for the tank. Nice blink. He gets 1. 1 tank goes down. Very nice catch. Likewise, getting more reinforcements as well. At the same time, Liberator does siege up. Denies mining. Clem pushes. So far, a better start for Gerald. Takes down the medevac. Ooh, but he's going to be overwhelmed. Stalker does fall. Clem is going for the expansion. The Raven takes a lot of hits. Does survive. Raven does survive. Tanks that within range of the expansion. Geralt, he can't engage, not like this. The Marines are still active in the main. Geralt is getting pulled apart. Tries to come in from behind. Ooh, dives in. He's going to get punished for it though. The tank does go down, but for a price. The cost of every single one of those stalkers. The base goes down as well. Geralt is just being pulled apart. Losing, what was that, 5, 6 stalkers? 8. Jeez, the 8 stalkers going down for a tank and for 1 Liberator. And Clem can just back off. The damage. Oh, jeez. Clem, calm down. Kills his own Marine. He's crazy. CJ, he wants a Colossus. Stims in. I won't get it though. He shouldn't. He will. No shot. He does get the Colossus. He gets the Colossus as well. Takes out the Stalkers, just rallying across the map. And Clem, does he have too much? He shouldn't. There's a shield battery, there's a second Colossus. Geralt holds. Whew, Geralt, he will hold on. Does survive. Jeez, the retarding with the Widowmine. Clem, take a breath. As Clem now getting his third base, floating on over. Oh. Matchup goes off. And again, Geralt, he will finally force Clem back. Will force him to retreat. Geralt can now expand, but Geralt, he's behind. He is down in bases, down in workers, down in economy, I should say. Ideally, the Protoss wants to be up a base compared to the Terran, but we're behind. as the third base is still in production, and Clem, he has Zone third up and running. Throws down another auto turret. Raven survives. Then rotating in. Catching a probe. Oh. From here he pulls away. Double jump into the natural. Gerald, he's keeping up, does warp in. Despite that, we'll lose 2 probes. 7 in total. Oh, the Michaels are brutal. 13 probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. Medevac doesn't get away, doesn't escape. Massive pickoff. Gerald, he does punish. He's still in this game. Is still in this, but still has a rough road to travel. Still has a lot of recovering to do. As up to 2, soon to be 3 Colossus. Clem on full 3-base saturation. Ghost Academy's on the way. Jeez, Clem can't. He takes down the Roomba. It's getting everything. The Marine earlier. The Colossus. The neutral creeps. Ah. The bloodlust is real. Clem is settling in. Likewise, Gerald trying to recover. We have a Disruptor production now beginning. We have the Temple Archives now done for Storm. Now, on the one hand, yes, Disruptors are a way to recover in this game state, as Storm has now just begun. Novas, they can pop off, and you can make up and even take a fight, even if you have less supply. But here we have a pretty large deficit, and it's going to take more than a couple of Novas. 4th CC's on the way. Clem securing his economy. Again, just playing it slow. Which makes sense. Like, the reality here is that there's no reason, there's no pressure on Clem to push. Like, he doesn't have to break the 3rd, doesn't have to push into the natural. Denying the 4th base would be nice, I would say that at least. But even then, like, Clem is far enough ahead where he can just be the first to max. He can just be the first to max out and then push. Maestro connects. The Colossus, they should not be here. He's going to call down the open. 1 Colossus goes down. 1, 2, or 3, actually. There's no escaping this. Gerald's caught down the open. Caught with his pants down. And speaking of recovering, it's not going to happen. Not after that. I'm sure Storm is done and we have some Disruptors, but there's only so much Storm can do. Speaking of, EMP connects. 1 Storm lands. Just the 1. More Storms coming in. Good connections. And once again, the connections with the Storms are good. But that's all we really had. As it's a kill, not a cancel on the 4th. And from here he rotates. Sorting his forces. Reinforcing once again. Here we go. Show us those Novas. First one zones. We have 1 more left. Just gonna be zoning. No major connections, and now Clem can stem. Oh my god, Storms are still good. Grazes the army. And no more Storms, no more Disruptors. Here he can stem, and he can win. As he will just overwhelm the army. The buy becomes too much, and GG, Clem will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Hold on. GG, well played. Was Alicia casting? Yo, it's been so long. GG, well played. Clem, he will take the series and will advance on to those semis. GG, well played. Ooh, congratulations. We now have our top 4. Shout out to Gerald, though. Gerald, he is, of course, an amazing player, and he made it here to the monthly finals, so a big win for a big result for Gerald to actually make it this far. And even in the first game, I want to say that Gerald, he played well. He did play well for himself. He was able to control his army well as well. He looked quite impressive against Clem, but as we mentioned, there were definitely things working against him when it came to the size of his army, when it came to, yeah, really the size of his army. where he just didn't really have enough to support his spellcasters and support his high-tech units. That definitely was a factor in game 1. Here in game 2, just some really rough moments here. Clem was hyper aggressive with the first drop. Remember, the first drop depowers it and delays blink. It forces Gerald to be more defensive, and then the aggression just continues for Clem. He followed up with a double tank push towards the third base. He killed the third. He caught out 8 stalkers. He caught the Colossus thereafter. It was just brutal. It was crazy. Again, hyper aggression out of Clem. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our semi-finalists ready. Oh boy. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. I was hoping for an ace match at some point in the quarterfinals, but it did not happen here. 2 zeros all around. herO 2-0 Percival, Cure 2-0 SHIN. We had Zoun taking down Creator and Clem taking down Gerald. Here coming into the semifinals, we have 2 PVTs. herO versus Cure, Zoun versus Clem. Let's go. Let us go. The semifinals are before us. As a reminder as well, the semifinals are going to be best of 5s, not best of 3s, so we have more matches ahead of us. And the grand finals are going to be a best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals. So, oh boy, the night is still young, or the morning, depending on where you are. It is bright and early in the morning here in Australia. Let's go. We're going to be going on a short break though. We're going to be going on a short break and take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, tuck in your Tempest, massage your Marines, and cuddle all your Colossus. We're going to be back soon here with those semis. Here we go. So we will be back soon. Take this time to enjoy the brutal OST. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have returned. We have returned with the semifinals of the OlimoLeague January finals here. The monthly kind of finale here to the month of January. We have our top four. We have our top four players. We have two Protoss, we have two Terran, we have herO, Cure, Clem, and Zoun. And we're here to find out who will make it on to those grand finals. Let's go. We're going to be jumping into our first series here tonight. As a reminder, the first map is predetermined, so both semifinals they will begin on the same map, and then losers pick from there on after. Game 1, loading into El Dorado. Let's go. We're going to be loading into El Dorado here, and we'll see how this story does begin. We'll see who can make it to those grand finals, as we have a very interesting rematch ahead of us here. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss for Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Here we go. Again, we have seen these two face off many times over the past month, over the past 2 months even, during the off-season of EPT. herO and Cure even have been very active when it comes to these online events, and they do trade back and forth here. Coming into this, herO is favored to make a deep run. Again, herO, he's the best Protoss in all of South Korea, arguably the best Protoss player in the world, at least top 2 alongside Max. We'll see if he can be stopped there. We'll see if Cure can deny and can actually deny the TVP finals, or the PvP finals even, deny herO and advance on instead. Let's go. Of course, the other favorite player is Clem. You know, it's foretold for herO and Clem to face off. Can they be stopped? We can talk about Zoun later. There is definitely a lot to talk about, because that's also a big rematch. We will get there. For now, we're going to be settling in. We do have our double gas opener, double gas into a faster factory. Meanwhile, we have our standard gate into cybercore into expansion from herO. Let's go. So settling into our openers again. Cure, with this double gas opener, he can go into a faster Banshee production. He can go into faster Cyclones, into a tank drop as well. We saw that last game, Clem did embrace this and go into a more committed Widowmine drop, if you recall, with a faster medevac into Widowmine into Marines. He was very successful when it came to his drop, when it came to his aggression. We'll see what Cure can piece together. We'll see what he can bring to the table. You know, herO does take control of the Zanaga. Does take control. And regardless of what comes his way, we'll see if herO can spot it at a time. So now it is going to be Reactored Reaper. Okay. We have additional Reapers on the way. Getting up to 2, soon to be potentially up to 4. Secure can invest into those Hellions. CC going to be on the low ground. And we have our tech of choice. A bold move here out of herO, going to be opening up not Twilight Council into Stargate instead. Interesting. Stargate opener out of herO. With this, we can open up Oracle, we can open up Phoenixes. This is a little bit dangerous here. You are going to be vulnerable to early game aggression. That is typically why we don't see Stargate play on smaller maps. But herO, he does throw caution to the wind. He doesn't care. He's herO. Does open up Stargate nonetheless. It is considered unsafe to open Stargate on a map like El Dorado, but okay. Have our attention. Meanwhile, we do see that Cure, he's committing to extra Reapers, so continues with Reactored Reaper and a Hellion production as well. And the goal here should be to clean up these Adepts and to try to get into the mineral line. We'll see if Cure can. Oh, as one Reaper goes down, nice catch from herO. Takes down the first Reaper. As the army is amassing, now significantly weaker. Adepts, they threaten the shade. They commit. Oh, he does commit in. Was this worth it though? Takes down another Reaper, but he's going to be cleaned up. Can he get a third Reaper? Alas, it's not going to happen. Is shut down, and now suddenly Cure has gained map control. He's moving out across the map. Here, he has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away, opening up Oracle into a second Oracle. And does he harass, or does he turn around to shut down the army? As Cure is pushing. Here, he ignores. Oh, turns around. Does turn back around. Chases down the Reapers. He gets one, and he should get 2. We got 2 Reapers do full. Nice cleanup. Cure behind this, getting to his 1-1-1 setup. Tech labs are ready. From here, Cyclone production underway. Again, he's now aware of the oracles. He needs that anti-air. Hellions, they do get into the mineral line. And they get not much damage here. The probes, they pull away in time. Workers, they survive. Hero defense. Does defend well. Now, I was curious if, despite the fact that we had the tech lab because of the scouts, I was curious if Cure was still going to go for a Viking. The answer is no. So it's going to be Cyclone into Banshee. Banshees have a lot of potential for damage here as long as they can avoid those Phoenixes. So risky maneuver here by Cure. This can pop off. If this gets scattered, though, I can see this being shut down real fast, real quick. Oracles are on the way. Phoenix production behind this. As here he does rotate, and I believe here he has not scouted the main. He doesn't see the researching tech lab. Doesn't know. Doesn't know yet. Hero is in the dark. Now rotating over, setting up the stasis. Stasis traps are being thrown down. Tells poke in towards the main. He is zoned away. Gets revelation. There we go. He does confirm the researching tech lab. He knows. Does spot the tech lab. Phoenixes are amassing. Getting in position. And he's getting ready here for the Banshee defense. Likewise, he needs energy for those revelations as well. So here he races back home. Meanwhile, Cure building up on 2 bases. Extra maxes, embracing bio, no mech. eBay's on the way. And here he does saturate his own third. So building up. So far here's economy looking solid. Again, the pressure is on Cure to do something about said economy. Oh, he splits up his Banshees. Okay. One Banshee towards the south, the other towards the third. Shield batteries ready. At least at the third base. Banshee rocks up, doesn't get too much damage yet. Phoenixes, they respond. And they shut down the first Banshee, but here comes the second. Never mind. Banshee goes out. I assumed the second one was going to dive at the same time, but last doesn't quite commit. Cure, he does stay outside of the main base, and so far, no damage. So far, a better start for Hero. Now, there's still potential. If Hero's distracted, if there's a fight going on, if there's a main engagement, then maybe Cure can slip in and get some damage done. There's still potential. Still potential with that Banshee. Hero's not being active. Behind this, Cure just building up his bio. Stim, combat shields. Once the upgrades do finish, he can dive in. Banshee does slip in towards that main, but there is a shield battery. Is that shield battery? Hero out of position. Delays the CC. And there's the recall. Does force a recall. But where's the Oracle? As the Oracles are still racing back. Big response here by Hero. He brings everything back home. Uh-oh. Does bring everything back. Shuts down the Banshee. And thankfully for Hero, he isn't punished. Hero's being active. He's being active. Revelation does land. Hero building up. Another delay on the CC. Can he force? He forces a cancel. Yeah, massive pick off. Curie's stuck on 2 bases. He's that much more committed. Ay. Again, it was a greedy maneuver here for Cure to go for the CC on location. It wasn't worth it. And now Hero, he's comfortable. He's now getting a 4th expansion. Storm is on the way. The Bay is almost done for Colossus. Currently, Hero, he's stuck on a purely gateway, Phoenix composition. But Curie doesn't commit. Curie, he's stuck in the center. Hero looking very comfortable. Stasis goes off, catching at the Cyclones. And another Stasis goes off as well. Curie has to get out. He has to get out of here. He cannot stick around. He barely has an army to work with. The Stasis traps are brutal. Another revelation. These Cyclones they're about to break out. can see hero's getting ready to just pounce on the army. Here he commits. Baits out of stasis. But Curie's playing with fire. He's he's playing with fire right now. Oh no. Has to be so careful. Here come the storms. A massive storm comes in. Does connect. One storm left. Takes out most of the marauders. But the Marines do survive. It was mainly storms on marauders. I spoke to you soon. Yeah, here on the cyclones. Meanwhile, there's a sea of widow mines waiting for him. That's a lot of mines. No storms left. Here looking at position herO. I mean, with all these widow mines, the sea of zealots can't really get much done. That's how many zealots? 35. Gee, 38. Mines just going up, baiting out, trying to force friendly fire. Yeah, mines on the Phoenixes, not on the zealots. And herO, he can try to break through. Being forced back for now. Colossus does arrive, a very shaky or very scrappy fight. Locks down the army. Solid force fields. And the Marines, they get trapped. They can't fully engage. Oh, another storm popping off once again on Marauders, not on Marines. Here versus Aster. herO survives. Getting on the mine shot off. And herO down to one Phoenix. Oh no! Oh my god. Down to one. herO, he's maintaining himself, but again, still with a very cheap army, mainly Zealot heavy. Trying to incorporate more Colossus, more Storm. Going for a massive counterattack. herO keeping up. Turning back around. Nice mine connection. A very nice widow mine. Meanwhile, Zealot are made towards the main. A Prism dropping off here at the natural as well. Zealot in the main reach natural and the third. And here comes that main army. Slowly pushing forward. So far getting 9 SCVs. Takes down the main army as well. A nice hold position micro. And did I say 9 SCVs? 18 SCVs going down. The main army can't quite break through. Here he pulls away. And that's the damage he was hoping for. Here he trades out his zealots for what? For workers, for the economy. And here he's falling behind. And given more time here, herO, he can rebuild. He's got disruptors on the way, more High Templar. He can reinforce and he can overwhelm. Oh. Getting a couple of feedbacks. Nice setup. Feedbacks the Ghost. Ooh. Storms the main army, at least tries to. Get that storm off. Oh. So we're pulling away. Colossus gaining ground. We have a fourth Colossus in production, +3 alongside it. And here he should be able to break through. On the mine shot though. Ooh, massive connection on the High Templar. High Templar take a lot of hits. They're very low. Brutal storm. Finally, the storms I've been looking for. And massive storms on the bio. And herO, his army crumbles. It just completely crumbles. Boys are being pulled into Colossus. GG gets called. And herO, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. herO, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth. When it came to the first push, it could have gone either way. I'm referring to after the stasis traps ran out and herO committed with just so many widow mines. I want to say he had like 8 to 10 widow mines with that main army. It was mainly against zealots. We saw herO bait out the mine shots, trying to force friendly fire. The storms were lackluster. We saw mainly storms on marauders, not on the marines. So the marauders, they could weather the storm in more ways than one. And it was very close, very clutch. In the end, herO did overwhelm, and herO takes the game. herO does take a lead. But that was merely only game 1, and as a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5, not a best of 3, so plenty more to come. As we're loading into game 2, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love. as this is the Terran map of choice. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. Okay. So we can open Void Ray? No, Void Rays are not really an opener for TVP, if that's what you're referring to. They don't really have their place in this matchup. I mean, I want to say the only scenario where you would see Void Rays here would be Proxy Void Ray, like Shield Battery Rush. But that's a very, very niche build, and we rarely see that nowadays. I think we saw it once in Neon Violet Square during the initial weeks of the patch, but just once. Unfortunately, Void Rays, they lack a little of mobility. They lack a little of the scouting potential that you would get from an Oracle or a Phoenix. And behind this, Cybercore. So just get into Cybercore, into expansion, standard opener out of herO, likewise economic opener out of Cure. Last game we saw double gas, this time Rax into CC on the low ground. But here he's here to delay. Probe has arrived. Does he throw down the pylon? We're now just rallying around the base. Forces down the second SCV. And now Cure can expand. Here we go. Here we go. As now we have a much more passive start. I say a passive start. Cure, he's going for a proxy. He's going for a proxy factory across the map. Interesting choice. I'm curious. Are we going proxy factory into proxy starport? This is very committed here by Cure. As I would imagine we're setting up for like a Hellion drop into the main. But it's going to take quite some time to really get going. Meanwhile, safe Twilight Council opener out of herO. Very safe. Twilight Council into Blink. Here we go. As, yep, it is going to be the proxy Hellion drop. Okay. Very committed. What's scary about this, if this doesn't do damage, the factory and starport production is going to be heavily delayed. The reason for this is because these buildings, they're going to be floating back home. They're going to be floating back home, so this has to get damage done here as we're banking up Hellions and banking up those Medivacs. For those that are curious, it takes 3 Hellions. It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a worker. And because they do splash damage, of course, they can wreak havoc in the mineral line. They can do crippling damage. They can, but will they? That is the question. That is the question. We can see here he does throw down some spotter pylons towards the left-hand side. He's scouting towards the left as well, but he doesn't quite check on the right. He does check the expansion location, but doesn't check the 4th. Only the 3rd. Only checks the 3rd base. Thankfully, there's a spotter pylon. The pylon, when it finishes, will actually spot this. Is this within range? Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. It will at least spot the Hellions, but it might be too late anyway because here comes the Medivac. Medivac has arrived. Starport floats back home. Here comes the drop into the main. 3 Hellions. Stalkers, they try to respond. Probes are going to be going down. Gets 1 probe so far. Gets 2. 2 probe kills. Getting up to 5. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 5 workers going down. Does lift. Does boost the way. And the Hellions will survive. So far, nice trades here out of Cure. And he's following this up with Widow Mines. Widow Mines are amassing. Hellions race back home. Oh god, almost died. But Hellions, they do race back home, and we follow this up from a Hellion drop into a Widow Mine drop. Okay. There are layers. Layers to this build, layers to this aggression. The Medivac is very low, though. It's 1 volley. 1 volley away from going down from this group of Stalkers, so I am concerned that Q is going to try to commit. He's done well for himself, but all the Hellions, they get caught out. Hellions are cleaned up. Behind this, Cure is looking to expand. Getting his 3-1-1 setup though. 3-1-1 into Stim. And delayed third base. Thankfully here he does leave at least one Stalker to defend. As the factory is still just pumping out Widow Mines. So they dive into the main. They pick up a couple of Marines. Nice control out of herO. Does control well. Pulls away. Still waiting for that drop. Well, as herO, he does head towards the middle line, getting one, getting two more SCVs. Just barely. Barely gets two more. Rotating once again. Nice value here out of herO. Shades into the main. Behind this, herO is going for a very gateway heavy composition. Working towards charge. Getting another SCV. But getting to charge. Forger +1. Bay's on the way for those Colossus. herO still needs more time. And the Rax is still, sorry, the factory is still floating back home. Now again, this is risky. Cure, he's going to set up here towards the right hand side. The reason for this is because, as we mentioned, otherwise it would just take too much time out of the factory where it's just not producing anything. So now he just falls a little bit further back for the reactor to actually get some production going, to actually make something here from the factory. It's risky. We'll see if it survives. As the prisms will slip into the main. Prism slips in. We do force an overreaction. Now going for the warp in. Meanwhile, disruptive production has begun. Zeltay busts in. They target down the SCVs. They get one so far. They get two. Two SCV kills. Ooh, the full medevac goes down. Brutal catch. herO gaining map control. Cure does move out. I believe herO, he doesn't spot the move out. Yeah, no observer. No observer in position. No scouting unit. He doesn't know. First disruptor has arrived. Here he's hunting for that War Prism. War Prism does make it out though. War Prism does get out. Meanwhile, herO, he spots the proxy. Oh my god. As the mine shot goes off and that prism is getting very low. Gets low, and we're just slowing down. We're just slowing things down. herO getting a fourth base, Cure getting his third. Building up their armies, taking up into splash damage with more Colossus, into more Disruptors. Cure likewise working towards Vikings and Ghosts, as the Ghost Academy is on the way. So we're going to take a moment here to take a breath. We're calming down. We're calming down. To have a lull. From here, he can take his gases, start working towards a second robo for double disruptor production. Still isn't there yet. As both player supplies are still comparable to each other. herO poking in. Knocking down the tower. Spilled by time. Just locking Cure in. Cure into his bases. Barely does not get the turret. Clutch repair here out of Cure. Saves the turret. Pulls away. herO getting a 5th expansion. As a Cure is still only on 3 bases. Is that just now the 4th CC? 4th CC being very late actually. 4th base is not starting here for Cure. Just now on the way. Both players will max out. And we'll see what the armies do look like here. So far, only 2 Colossus. Here he's not making a third. Oh, yeah, just not making a third. Getting to Disruptors. Second Robo's on the way. Both players still building up. If given enough breathing room, then here he could try to throw down like a Fleet Beacon and throw down like a Stargate and start working towards Sky Toss. But now they're very ground-centric as he goes for a massive Gateway Explosion. And speaking of Sky Toss, there it is. Stargate is in production. So this should be for a Fleet Beacon and for at least a Mothership. As our players are being quite passive. So again, no reason not to take up. And maybe even start +1 air attack on the Cybercore. Here he's pushing. He's moving out with his main army. Let's threaten the ramp. Here, rotating over. And Cure should be able to keep up with this. Should be able to keep up. There is that one Nova, though. Speaking of, Nova goes up. Ooh, decent connection. Gets a Ghost. A Ghost and a couple of Marines. Not bad. Takes out a Wood Mine. 4th base is now being taken. Here he does get eyes on it. Observer's ready. He does spot the expansion. Here gonna try and deny him. Oh, brutal EMPs. But that one Nova. Nova goes off once again. Ooh, massive connection. Takes down at least 2 Ghosts. And the CC as well. Yeah, very nice trades here from herO. Maybe 1 Disruptor is all you need, I guess. Just now making a 2nd and 3rd. Doesn't quite get the Ghost. herO pulls away. But again, making 2 more Disruptors. +3 attack is almost done. herO once again poking in. He's got that Nova ready. The Nova is ready. Dives on the base. Nova goes up. Once the connections, they just keep going. He just can't miss. And I believe that's a kill on the cancel. Kill on the CC. Finally, the Disruptor is going to escape. Doesn't get punished. Doesn't go down. So it's more brutal trades. And yeah, that was a kill on the CC. Twice now. There is no 4th. And Cure, he's running out of money here, or he's running out of steam. Does need that 4th base. Cure going for a counterattack or setting up a flank. Once again, the CC is denied. Cure moving out. Does herO recall? Does he engage a portion of the army at a time? He's gonna get surrounded. That was a brutal blink. The collapse comes in. Nova goes off. Good connection. Another Nova as well. The connections are solid. But here he's getting caught out, losing all of his Colossus. And here he should be overwhelmed. As Curie stems in, he cleans everything up. Zal's like coming from behind, but too little too late. Too late at this point. Curie, he can kite well. Here he plummets in supply, and that was just a really rough position to be in. Oh my god, the Novas! Nova pops off. Here he's still in this. Still in this game. The army's overstimmed. He has to pick up. He has to get the hell out of here. Here sniping more Marauders. Catching more Marauders, chasing him all the way back. Cure bleeding out a lot of Marines. Being forced back to his mineral line. And herO, yeah, he does overwhelm. GG gets called despite the rough fight. He does break through, and herO takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played from one player to the other. Again, herO did an amazing job denying the 4th base. Remember, he killed the 4th base twice, and he made sure that Cure, he was just starved out. His Cure, he was denied the economy. He just could not max out, could not maintain himself. Cure had a much better fight towards the end. If you remember, he split up his army into 2 portions, and herO didn't realize. He blinked forward, and herO, he lost all his Stalkers. He lost all the Stalkers, the Colossus as well. herO took one of the worst fights he could have. He got punished for it, but again, herO had an economy, so he could rebuild. herO, he could warp in, he could reinforce, he could rebuild. Cure couldn't. So as the game progressed, as Cure was bleeding out more units, he could not replace them, and with that, herO takes a 2-0 lead. Oh my god. But a very tense game, especially towards the end, and that means that herO, he is one game away from making it to the grand finals. Cure, he has to fight back here and now. And we know that he has it in him. He has it in him here to fight back against herO, but the pressure is on. As it is once again Cure's map of choice, we're loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now. He needs your help, he needs your support. It is a Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. No mass, one game away from advancing on to the grand finals. Oh boy, here we go. Now, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. This is a much smaller map of the map pool, much more aggressive map as well. Unlike on other maps, the 3rd and 4th base are much more exposed here on Whispers of Gold, so aggression is favored. We haven't really seen too much aggression though out of Cure, even both in Game 1 and Game 2, very much so mid-game oriented here. Hasn't been too assertive, as opposed to Clem, who was just in Gerald's face almost unstoppable. It was crazy, especially in Game 2. We'll see how Cure adapts, as so far, economic start. Single gas opener, which means racks into a CC on the low ground. Cure just going for an economic start. Here we go. So far, we are just securing ourselves. From here, herO, I'm curious if he's willing to be a little bit greedy. We expect to see a Twilight Council opener just because it's a little bit safer to go 3-gate blink into a 3rd base. But we have seen herO throw caution to the wind, especially on El Dorado, if you recall, opening up Stargate. So that is going to be an option. We can see Curie scouts. He checks for the 3rd location, checks for a proxy, I should say, at the 3rd. Oh, hello, as Cure, he's going old school. He's going Marine first, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, Marine first into a 2nd racks, into a 3rd racks as well. We're going for a 3 racks. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Again, Cure, he was known for this. If you've been watching the channel for the past couple of years, you know back in 2020, you get scouted. Back in 2020, back in 2021, Cure would almost exclusively go 3 racks, almost exclusively here, especially on maps like Side Delta. Side Delta is what comes to mind. Just non-stop 3 raxes, and herO sees everything. He sees everything. He opens up Robo, very safe opener out of herO. Very old school. This feels like we're back in 2022, actually. Okay, so a couple of things here. First things first, what is a 3 racks? Well, 3 racks is a stim timing. We're going to be building up a massive amount of Marines, massive amount of bio here, with tech labs, with stim and combat shield. So a very strong timing is going to be available here to Cure, and ideally you want to catch your opponent off guard. But as opposed to in previous times, in current meta, with the NG overcharge, Sentry openers are more standard, hallucinations are more standard, and herO sees everything. He sees everything. He knows that a stim timing is coming. How do you shut this down? Back in the day, some players used to just blindly open Robo into Bay, into Colossus. The Colossus completely shuts this down. So the Bay is on the way. We'll see if herO does go for a safety Immortal. He does not. He's going for a War Prism. This is more assertive. This is a way to keep Cure busy, to pick away at the Marines, pick away at the SCVs, and to keep Cure busy back at home while herO gets his Colossus. And once the first Colossus arrives, and what can this do? It's mass Marines, they melt against the Colossus. With good enough control, herO should be fine against this. So there's a reason why this build is very out of fashion. It's very out of meta, just because in current StarCraft, again, it's easier to scout, easier to respond, much more so than in previous patches. Thanks to the NG overcharge as well. So it is a bold move. This is not an all-in, but it is a committed style and a committed start. And speaking of, I mean, here comes the army, here comes the push. By the time Stim finishes, the army is going to be across the map. Now you can see herO being active. Where is the Prism is my concern. As it is War Prism first, and the Prism actually staying with the army, staying with the Colossus, and going for a Colossus drop. Okay. And how does this line up? It's going to be close. But the Colossus will pop out. Hallucination hits the main. And the Colossus needs to be at home to defend. herO, he's being too greedy. He's being far too greedy. He's moving out for harass. Meanwhile, here comes the army. And herO going for a fake Colossus. He goes for the fake Colossus. The skin reveals. He stims in. He knows it's fake. He knows it's fake. He dives in. Takes down the sentries. Shield battery does help. Cannon as well. And herO, he turns around. He's racing back home. He's like, oh. As Kura's found him out. He knows it's fake. Takes down the cannon. Probes are falling. And the Colossus does race back. Will shut this down. But this should have been a cleaner defense if only herO was back at home with the Colossus to begin with. If only. Instead, herO, he bleeds out the cannon, bleeds out a couple of workers. This is not the kind of defense he wanted. Now he's going for a counterattack, and now herO, he knows. He's ready for the Colossus, or at least he should be getting ready. The Vikings are amassing. There's the stim. Oh, third CC's on the way. Colossus going for a handful of Marines. I mean, trading somewhat well here, getting Marines, getting some SCVs as well. But the Vikings are about to pop out, and with the help of those Vikings, this is going to be shut down. The Prism is out of shields. Oh, he has to get out of here. He has to leave. Does have to leave. Vikings, they arrive, and they're going to shut this down. Massive pick off the Prism and the Colossus. herO, he flew too close to the sun. He got burned. And herO, he's back in this. He's back in this game. The initial stim timing was a little bit lackluster. He wanted to trade a little bit better here, but he does kill a Colossus. And with that, I mean, the third CC is almost done. We're back in this. We're back in this game. herO getting too excited. Behind this, going into more Colossus. Now Immortal production. Charge +1. Temple Archives on the way into our third base. So is Cure. So we have a game. We have a game. We can settle in. Here moving out with another fake Prism. Oh. Does threaten another drop. It does force an overreaction, not bad. Very successful hallucination here out of herO, as he did pull Cure off the mineral line. Meanwhile, herO just establishing his own third base, building up. I see in the chat, if you reveal hallucination, does it prevent the AI from targeting it? Only while it's revealed, yes. Only whether it's a revelation, whether it's a scan, whether it's an overseer. It will deprioritize the hallucination. As we are building up. Ghost Academy is on the way. Cure establishing his own third base, not too far behind the third of herO. So again, Cure, he's in a better economic position. He's up in SCVs, even on bases, and the pressure is on herO. The pressure is on. Does have a massive zealot run by. He has potential. Likewise, the Observer is spotting the main army, so herO, he knows when there's a move out. Ideally, when Cure pushes out, then herO moves in. So he's waiting with those zealots, waiting for that moment. Likewise, zealot run by on the right hand side. Trying to force a distraction. And Cure, he only responds with half his army. herO, he doesn't find the opening he was looking for. Moves out with his main army instead. A storm is done. And there's no EMPs. But this is a very risky move out of herO. He's looking for some storms. Spots the main army. Ghosts have arrived. herO pushing in. He's got 2 Colossus. He's committed a decent storm. Zone's away. Yeah, the storm is a melee zone. Nice spread out of Cure. Nice concave as well. And Curie stems in. Oh, but the storms, they just continue. Oh my, he stands in the storm. He stands in the storm. He gets 1 Colossus though. And Curie maintains himself. He does maintain himself. He's okay. herO being forced back. herO, he's not making probes. He's not taking a 4th base. hero's all in. He's all in at this point. It's all or nothing. Takes down the bunker. Brutal EMP. EMP does connect once again as well. On the Immortals, on the Archon. Yeah, herO, he cannot fight this head on. He's going to try to, but Vikings, they shut down the Colossus. herO dives in, reinforces with more Zealots. Kiting so far solid. Curie's kiting well. Vikings not really adding too much, trying to force some friendly fire. Oh, trying to at least. But Curie holds. He holds, he shuts this down, he has a defensive advantage. We'll lose 18 SCVs in the process though. And herO, can he still pull this up? Pulls the army out of position. Wouldn't mind Zoun Burrow. Again, hero's making this close. As another Colossus does arrive. herO just trickling in. Alas, just barely didn't have enough. Cure holds. Whew, he does hold on now. Killing 18 SCVs does mean that herO, he's actually catching back up economically here. He has an economy, taking 2 gases. He needs a 4th expansion. Taking the triangular 3rd as a 4th. Prism into the main. Going for a storm drop. There's 2 High Templar. herO, he hasn't spotted that turret. He has to be careful. He perks in. And here comes the storm. Actually towards the 3rd. Towards the mules. Again, that's a massive mule hammer. Storms into the mineral line. Massive connections. Getting 9 SCVs. 9 SCVs and a good chunk of mules as well. Not bad. Again, herO doing everything he can to bounce back in this game. herO is still, I would say, behind. As Cure is getting his 4th. The mules make up for his economic deficit or his worker deficit. We got more ghosts, more Vikings. Ooh, Vikings, they will deny the drop. And Curie is stabilizing. Just stabilizing here on 3 bases. Turrets being thrown down to protect his main. Planetary finishing up. Here he rotates towards the left-hand side. Now there's no storm in this War Prism, it's only Zealot and an Archon. So a little bit less potential to get damage done, but... Oh, gonna be reinforcing. Does go for the drop. And he can maybe get an SCV. He does abandon the Archon though. Ooh, oh my god, the shots are going off. Gets 2, gets 4. Archon goes down, brutal loss. At the same time, Zealots get dropped off. War Prism into the main. Prism going to be hunted down. No, it's within range of the turrets. Turret shuts him down. And Cure's holding. Cure, he does hold. herO rotates up to 4 Colossus. Up against 7 Vikings. Storms once again, they zone. He does walk into the storm though. It's a lot of damage. And there's still soon to be 3 storms available. Depending on the EMPs. Actually, next. Oh. Does stack 2 of those storms. There's 1 storm left. Again, herO, he has to be so careful with when and how he storms. Doesn't want to waste them. As they are limited. herO posturing. Curie is going to be the first to max. Storm zones away. Raises the army. herO getting him to 7 High Templar. There's quite a lot to work with. They are spread out. First Colossus is getting caught. Oof. Storms are coming in. A High Templar, they stack. Oh, they do stack. Brutal connections. EMPs, they shut down the High Templar. Archons, they try to force their way through. But there's just not enough here. herO, he will lose everything. The Archons, the Colossus, the High Templar. Again, the EMPs were insane. Here, fighting back. Comes in with Zealots. Here, he's barely holding on. Okay. Zealots, they came in clutch. Colossus survived. herO still in this, taking a supply lead for the first time in quite some time. Up in supply. Getting a 5th. Coming with a storm. We get an okay connection. An okay storm. There's a tank behind this. Colossus getting a lot of hits in. Going for the middle line, diving on the main army. But a better spread here by Curie. Pulls the boys. The Colossus barely survives though. Barely does survive. More reinforcements coming in. No shot in herO. He's breaking through. Takes down the tank. The tank, the SCVs. 20 SCVs in the CC as well. Oh my god. herO. He does it. GG gets called. He breaks the expansion. And herO, he will take the series at 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. No shot. GG, well played. That was a rough game for herO as well. Like, herO, he was in dire straits, especially after the failed opener, with herO rushing into a Colossus drop, and of course, Curie, he called his bluff. He found out he was faking it. He had to race back home. He lost the first Colossus. That led into the initial engagement out of herO, where likewise, he didn't really come out, he came out worse for wear at the end of it. Remember, Curie, he was the first to max out. Curie had the better economy. But herO did a great job at clawing his way back into it. When it came to the storm drops, when it came to the counterattacks, even when it came to that center fight as well, we saw he was barely able to reinforce and to protect those Colossus. We saw one Colossus with like 5 HP towards the backline. Very, very close fight, very clutch, and herO, he takes it. Somehow, some way, does take it 3-0. GG. GG, well played. herO, he's going to be the first player to advance on to the grand finals. I do want to give some praise to Curie though, because even though this was a 3-0, we had some very close games. We had some very close matches. And Curie, he almost did make an extended series out of this. Almost. Barely not. Barely not. With that, GG, well played. Whew, that wraps up our first semifinals, and now we're getting ready for our second semis. Up next is going to be another TVP, but a very different one. We have Korea versus Europa. As up next, we have a rematch, Clem versus Zoun. And these two have been playing quite, do I want to say regularly? They've been playing a lot, is what I will say. They've been playing a lot here over the past, what, 2 months? Over the past 2 months. We first featured Zoun versus Clem back in December in OlimoLeague. It was like the first or second week of December. For those that remember that match, I do recommend shooting into the VODs. We had a very intense back and forth, and Zoun did defeat Clem in a best of 3. He defeated Clem in a best of 3, did knock him out of, I think it was like the quarterfinals of OlimoLeague during one of the weeklies, and did knock Clem out. Likewise, they more recently faced off in a best of 5. It was a best of 5 finals of, ooh, do I remember this? It wouldn't have been KSL. Was it the last OlimoLeague? Potentially. Yeah, the last OlimoLeague, it was Clem versus Zoun in the finals in the best of 5. I remember because we casted Clem defeat herO in the, I think it was either the semis or the quarterfinals. So Clem, he faced off against herO earlier in the tournament, and faced off against Zoun later in the finals, and they actually went to the ace match. In the best of 5, they went all the way to game 5. So Zoun has been looking quite impressive going to the ace match against Clem in that best of 5. Likewise, when it came to the major events, we saw Zoun also go to the ace match against Rainer in a ZVP. It's been impressive. Like, Zoun, he has been able to take it to the best players in the world, hasn't been able to defeat them in these longer series, but has been able to force the ace match. So it's been really great. It's been really great to see Zoun's improvement over time. For those that do not know, Zoun, he was in the military until recently. I say recently, until November. Like, November he came back, November he started playing again, and Zoun here showed up real fast, real quick when it comes to regaining his skill. I still don't really know where to place him. Like, I still rate, obviously I rate herO a little bit higher. I think I still rate Trap a little bit higher. I think, I don't think I've seen Zoun be as consistent. Like, Zoun, he's been able to spike up and get some big wins against some big names, and then drop matches against like other players as well though. So like it's been a little bit less consistent for Zoun, but still like the highs have been high. They've been high, back. Yeah. So we'll see if we can have another back and forth series here, as so far we've had purely 2-0s and 3-0s. So I would love to see a game 4. I would love to see a game 5. Let's go. So jumping into our second semifinals of the broadcast. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Eldorado. Oh. And my apologies. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Eldorado, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss from South Korea. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. hero's ability to bully opponents with bigger armies is unmatched. True. It's impressive. It's very impressive what a hero can do with so little. It's disgusting, Pipe. It's just, It's catching up. I remember him from Wings of Liberty. I don't think Zoun competed in Wings of Liberty. If you recall, Zoun, he was a B teamer on SKT in Heart of the Swarm. So Zoun, fun fact, a little bit of a history story time, if you will. Meanwhile, Double Gas opened out of Clem, so much more aggressive, faster factory, delayed CC, so a little bit more tech heavy here early on out of Clem. Meanwhile, Standard opened out of Zoun. But yes, if you remember, Zoun, he was a B teamer on SKT. He was fielded, I want to say like once or twice in Pro League back in Heart of the Swarm. But before SKT, Zoun, if I remember correctly, was Zoun on Prime? I think he may have been on Prime. If I'm gonna have to double check that actually, but I want to say he was on Prime beforehand. Down Wikipedia. What team was he on before SKT? Yes. Oh god, we remember Papi. Oh my god, it's been over 10 years. It's crazy. But yeah, before that he was on Prime. I remember because I was a big Prime fan. Like, Prime was like the underdog team of Pro League, where, you know, they had Creator, they had Zoun, they had Myonchik, if you recall. Like, Myonchik, he eventually joined them towards the end. They had Cassia. I was a big Cassia fan. Like, Cassia, like he was so nervous when he played. Like, he was like but Zoun was a part of them. And of course, eventually, you know, there was a lot of controversy with Prime, and Prime disbanded, and Zoun got picked up by SKT. Did occur in in Heart of the Swarm. Because that my image of Zoun has always been like he's like a new player, and I guess he is, right? Like, he's technically like a newer player compared to, like, you know, your Björns or your Marus or, you know, your Darks, your more established players, just because he was, you know, like more of a rookie on SKT at the time. But he's been around for, that was like 10 years ago. So hey, he's more of a vet now. More of a veteran. Ex-military player, if you will. But now it is going to be a Blink Opener. Blink Opener here out of Zoun. Meanwhile, across the map, Clem going to be opening up with a 1-1-1. We spoke earlier about the Double Gas Opener, and it looks like he is going into Banshee production. So 1-1-1 into Banshee. Reapers, they dive into the main. And so far, one probe going down. Not bad. He gets one. He gets two. He gets two probe kills. Shouldn't get much more than that. Gets a full scout, gets eyes on the tech, and does spot a Blink that's on the way. MKP. This was after MKP had left Prime. Like there were a lot of like old school players on Prime. Like Maru was on Prime, Marine King, Bjorn was on Prime. Who else am I thinking? Polt, right? Polt was on Prime as well. But this is a different. That's a different Prime, right? That's Wings of Liberty kind of era of StarCraft. Zoun was after them. Zoun was he joined Prime in Heart of the Swarm. Here we go. But now though, here comes the initial Banshee. Again, settling into our current game. Enough reminiscing about the past. We have our 1-on-1. The cloak is done. Banshee hits the main base and with no detection. No detection here for Zoun. GG gets called. I was lost in the story of, you know, the history of Prime and of Zoun. Zero detection. Zero detection. Banshee rocks up. Nothing to scout. There was no Stargate. There was no Robo. No Observer. No nothing. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he will sneak out with a 1-0 lead. GG, well played. I do apologize. Again, I at least pointed out that the Banshee was coming, but again, our mind was a little bit elsewhere. Zero detection, GG. This does happen from time to time. It happens in PvP with Dark Templar. There are certain instances. I mean, we've seen MaxPax die to this. We've seen herO die to this. I'm referring to the scenario where a player goes for like a proxy Dark Shrine, rushes into DTs, and there's no Robo. There's no Robo. There's no Stargate. Sometimes the Robo's in production and the DT just focuses down the pylon, and then that's just game. That's just game then and there, as the Invisible Man can be too good at times. Likewise here as well, with the Invisible Flying Machine, also can be too good at times. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. A rough game 1, as we didn't really get to sink our teeth into it at all. Either us or the players. So hopefully we can have more of a back and forth as we get into game number 2. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Frostline, leading the series 1-0, and representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss from South Korea, having a rough game 1, but I mean, game 1 doesn't really, and it didn't really tell us anything. Like, it was it is Zoun. Here we go. And yes, build order wins are few and far between in modern SC2, but they still do exist. They still do exist. There are instances where the builds collide in such a way where one player just insta loses and insta GGs. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often. Thankfully, it is a rarity. We see it like once a month sort of thing. We cover a lot of StarCraft, but like it's not too regular of an event, of an occurrence, but it does happen. It does happen from time to time. As we are moving out. And once again, double gas. Once again, double gas opener out of Clem. If you recall, last game it was double gas opener into Cloak Banshees. We could see that for a second time. It could be double gas into a tank drop, into a Widowmine drop, into a Cyclone drop. I mean, regardless, it should be a faster starport and a more delayed CC from Clem. So more tech heavy, more aggressive. We'll see what this leads into. This can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Can lead into Hellion drops, more committed Widowmine drops. There's options. There's a lot of options here, and Zoun hopefully this time plays it a little bit safer. I mean, again, what are the odds? What are the chances that your opponent goes Cloak Banshee 2 games in a row, right? Like, with that kind of mindset, you might once again delay your Robo intentionally because you don't believe you need it. We'll see. Hello. As Zoun, he's scouting. Okay, scouting for proxies. For a moment, I thought he was going for his own, but no, he's just being sure, being safe. Checks the third, checks the northern location as well. Again, Clem, he is known for like proxy marauder and proxy plays at times. So Zoun just being secure. Is being secure. Behind this, there's that 1-1-1. CC on the high ground, very safe location for the command center. Tech Lab is on the way. Do we go for an add-on stop or do we go for an early Cyclone? Curious. Reaper moves out. Reaper is denied entry into the main. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener into Blink. And it looks like, yep, we keep the tech lab on that factory. It is going to be a Cyclone first. Now, the Cyclone first makes sense just because for all Clem knows, it could be a Stargate. There could be a Stargate. There could be an Oracle on the horizon. So Clem is going to play this out safe initially. And we'll see if we go for a medevac. Yep, there it is, medevac next. So we're going for plenty of anti-air into a drop early on. So it's going to be a Cyclone Marine drop here from Clem. He will soon move out. And we'll see if Zoun can keep up. How many gateways? 1 gate in the main. And so far, 1 gate at the natural, 2 gate blink. I'm hoping for a 3rd gateway. 3 gate blink is just a very safe way to play. You have extra warp-ins. Otherwise, we could see a 2 gate opener into a 3rd. So there's the Robo. Robo is much earlier this time for Zoun, a much more standard timing. Reaper does fall. And Zoun, is he setting up for an expansion? Yet to confirm. We go. As there it is, we do have a 3rd gateway, thankfully. 3rd gate is on the way, so Zoun is playing safe. Main army moves out. And here we go. It isn't just going to be the one Cyclone. It's going to be Cyclone and the tank. Very aggressive, very committed here from Clem. Alas, Zoun did not see this, did not scout this ahead of time. Ideally wants to slow this down, but it's too late. It's already here. The army has arrived. We need an Immortal. There it is. Immortal's on the way. But again, late reaction here at Zoun. Does go for the shield, but the overcharge. Or the NG overcharge even. Takes down the Marines, and the tank should fall. Whew. Does focus on the tank, gets a Cyclone. Very nice control. Cyclone goes down, tank as well. Zoun is barely holding on. And the Immortal will secure this. Oh, that's a bold move. Blink is done. And Clem gets shut down. Whew. There goes Zoun. He does hold on. Hopefully it doesn't chase us too far as he does face check. Oh, it does face check. Baits out the tank shot. He wants a tank. He wants it. Up. Can he get it? Barely can. Very nice pickup, but at a cost of so many Stalkers. I'm afraid to look. How many? 6. 6 Stalkers have gone down for 2 tanks, a Cyclone, a medevac, a Viking as well. Zoun, he needs to counterattack here and now. There's how much less to defend. What is there at home? What is it? There's 1 tank in the main. Bunker is soon to finish, and Zoun backs off. Zoun, he backs off, gets a 3rd, and we're macroing up. Macroing up from here. Whew. Okay. Let's go. Now, there is a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, Clem was hyper aggressive. Didn't quite kill his opponent, but did trade. Did trade with the opponent's army, of course, with those Stalkers behind this, and now starting stim into combat shields, into bio. Clem is going to be contained for the time being. And Zoun is free to be greedy. He should be cutting corners. Getting his 3rd. Gateway explosion. Temple Archives now on the way. Would love to see a Forge as well to get into upgrades. The Observer gets sniped. Observer does go down. Zoun saturating his 3rd. Going into Storm, actually. Okay. Not into Colossus. Going into a Storm follow-up, which means he can continue his own Immortal production. Warp isn't for now on the way. Zoun pokes in. Getting a 4th even. Again, cutting corners, being greedy, but I do like this here for Zoun. Just rushing into a 4th. Getting to double Forge as well for double upgrades. I feel like we could have seen this a little bit earlier, but regardless, it's on the way. And we'll see what Clem can get done. Goes out the auto turrets. Does target down the probes. He gets 1. Ah, just the 1. Oh, sorry, 3 even. Jesus. The hell? 3 probes get targeted. Clem is expanding, getting a 3rd CC, so this is not going to be a 2-base all-in. we're building up. We are building up from here. Storm is done for Zoun. From here, I would love to see a Bay into Colossus. Ideally, you do want to spread out your splash damage and not just rely on one thing. So a Bay would be ideal. For now, still committing here to more Immortals. Army breaks out. And Clem is setting up his third. Setting up his third base. Shuts down the Zealot. This is where we can embrace Frostline. Frostline, of course, has very exposed locations. So even though Zoun has a 4-base setup, these 4 bases are so exposed. They're so spread out, so exposed, so isolated from each other. It can be very difficult to defend, especially once Clem starts going into multi-pronged aggression. So still a very tense game state. There's the Bay. I would say this is a bit of a late Robotics Bay for Zoun. It's thankfully in production, but it does mean that Colossus production is going to be a little bit more delayed. Let's see if that comes into play. Clem just securing himself. The Observer does tell Zoun more or less where the army is, or at least does spot some rotations. Oh. Does better with the mine shot. Observer gets spotted. Ooh, and Zoun is going to be in the dark. Ideally, he wants to see the move out for this Zealot run by. But now he has to more or less guess or rely on his Stalkers. Here comes Extend Thermal Lance. Second Robot for double Colossus production. Clem, likewise, 4th TC is on the way. And the Gross Academy. So we're still being quite passive. Again, despite the more assertive and aggressive start, slowing it down. Are slowing things down. Zoun going for a storm drop. Uh oh. Clem's army is spotted. Yep, Zoun, he thankfully does change his path. Doesn't want to get caught out. Zoun heads towards that natural mineral line. Clem out of position. Although there's a Widow Mine, and he will zone away. So very nice setup here from Clem with the turret in the mine. Both armies are maxing out. Dark Shrine is on the way here for Zoun. As the army is maxed, what are we working with here? We have soon to be 2 Colossus, 4 High Templar, decent amount of storms. But it's still going to come down to the engagement. How do the armies engage? Likewise, 4 soon to be 5 Ghosts. Second Starport on the way. That should be for Liberator production. Eventually for Libs. Oh. Zoun is going to be pushing in. He commits. Where are the storms? Storm zones away. Mainly zones. Does crazy army as well. Clem pushing forward. Collapsing on the Colossus. Colossus is going to go down. Oh, one more volley. Does get it. Colossus is picked up. Zoun looking for another way in. The mine shots! The mic goes up. EMPs don't quite connect. Zoun still rotating. Avoids the Widow Mines. Coming in with a storm. Oof. Connects with mainly Marauders. Clem with the punish. Snipes the High Templar. High Templar goes down. There's 1 Colossus left. It's going to be under fire. Ooh, brutal pickoffs. Colossus goes down. He wants that Prism. Gets it as well. Takes down the War Prism. Takes down the High Templar. Zoun bleeding out some high-tech units. His Storm still zone away. But I would say better trades here for Clem. Once again, gets another High Templar. Zoun taking more bases. Diving in with a blink. Bold move. Takes some matches to the face. That was a crazy blink. Yeah, not worth it. Losing a lot of stalkers in the process. Zoun has to get out of there. Raven has towards the north. Oh, massive storm. That's a much better connection. As the army is heavily bruised. Yeah, deep in the red. Zoun commits. Even forcing a bit of friendly fire. But doesn't have enough. Yeah, no reinforcements. Immortal's going down. Chasing down another Immortal as well. Clem getting whatever he can get his hands on. And catching up those Immortals. Has to pull away though. Has to respect the army. Disruptor has arrived. And Zoun, can he fight back, or is he just going to be overwhelmed? He's going to be overwhelmed. He stems in. And Clem, he stems, and he wins. The Vikings are still around. They're going for the Prism. Warp-in did complete, though. True. Warp-in did complete. Zoun diving on top of that bunker. Reinforcements, they come in from behind. Clem, does he have enough to Nova? Oh my, he dodges the Nova. The lifts and the land. Mate, Vikings are cracked. Dodge Nova will clean this up, bleeding out only 6 SCVs. And Zoun again, he's still plummeting in supply, bleeding out a lot of his army. Has to rely on these disruptors, going back to Colossus. What's scary about the Colossus switch here is that there's still plenty of Vikings. Clem still maintains his army, now getting a 5th. Zoun needs more time. Okay, now there's rocks. Clem rotating. Trying to figure out where he wants to be. Spots the army. He responds. Does respond. No turret here to defend, so the DT could get some damage done. Never mind. Meanwhile, Zoun catching out a portion of the army, not bad. Catching out some Marines, some Marauders. Diving on the bio. Clem is not here with everything he needs. Better engaged here for Zoun. Alpha Vikings, they come in. They get a Colossus. Ground army pushing forward. And Clem, his army needs to consolidate. Let's bring everything together. EMPC Archon pushes forward. Once that final Colossus, the Novas, they pop off. They don't connect. No major connections. And Zoun retreats. Does retreat from here. Now, what's important is that Clem, he doesn't know that we have more Colossus on the way. He doesn't know that we have even 2 more Colossus in production. So Clem, he is foregoing his Viking production here. He does have some Vikings left over, that is true, but he's not making any more. It's just these 5. So this switch into Colossus can actually work quite well. Work quite well here. Speaking of having 5 Vikings, they're here on the front lines. Clem out of position, he's racing on over. Getting ready for a surround. Zoun he backs up. As up to 4, soon to be 6 Colossus. Jesus. 7? He's making more. He's not subbing. This I'm not too fond of, but okay. Getting up to 7 Colossus. Storm's popping up. I mean, Colossus, they have their, like, getting additional Colossus makes sense against Massive Marauder. Does dive in. Storms the Viking Storms. Not bad. Novas go up as well. And Zoun, he will complete this around the army. And he should clean this up. I say that Zoun's army is exposed. Yeah, there's no support. Disruptor's going down. Colossus going down as well. just too heavily reliant on his robot army. Clem takes the better fight. He preserves all of his medevacs, I should say. Zoun down to 1 Colossus and 2 Disruptors. Again, this army needs support. Friends a dive. Storm will zone away. Storm does zone. Crashing across the map. Still building up his forces. I see someone in the chat asking, the cast is live, yes. When it comes to these matches, they occurred yesterday. But this is the, I guess, the first English broadcast of these matches. This event was only casted in Korean. Only in Korean yesterday. So today we're casting it in English. He's still making more Colossus, by the way. It's got another Colossus on the way. Let's go. Getting up to 5. Committing to mass Colossus. Then we shuts down a base. At the same time, Zani's moving in. Them turning around. Setting up first round. Uh-oh. Zani has to be careful. Does want to get caught out. Storms, they pop up. They shut down the bio. Yeah, massive storms. Close to being targeted down. And there's not enough here. Zani's pushing through. He breaks through the defensive line. Just so much splash damage. The Colossus are going down. Vikings land, but I believe Zani should have enough. Yeah, with these reinforcements, GG gets called and Zani fights back, tying up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. All the splash damage. GG, well played. We had some very nice storms out of Zoun. The storms, they blanketed the army. Of course, we had the 5 Colossus stepping in as well to help add to that. We had even Purification of his going off as well. With that, Zoun basically just nuking the entire army of Clem. Breaks through. GG. GG, well played. The Protoss nuke, if you will. Like Storm, Disruptor, and lasers from the Colossus. All in one location. And with that, we have a series. We do have a series. As we mentioned before, we have seen both Zoun and Clem for the past 2 months trade and go back and forth. I say trade maps and go back and forth. Even trade series, actually, as well. True. They have traded series. And now we're getting into game number 3. Is going to be Clem's map of choice. How many Colossus died in total? Oh, we don't want to. I mean, at one point, if you remember, Zoun, he had gotten up to 7 Colossus, and his Colossus count was reset then as well, so most likely over 10 Colossus had died that game. Maybe even 15, maybe less than 15, maybe like 12 or 13. Hard to say. Regardless, we are going to be settling in. We're getting into game 3 to determine who will take a lead in the series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player from South Korea, tying up the series and bringing it here to game number 3. It is Zoun. We go. Live replay live. Ah, let's go. As we are calming things down for the first time this series, Clem opening up racks into Expand. Again, so far, game 1, if you recall, Clem, you open up double gas into Banshee. Game 2, double gas into early Cyclone and Tank Drop. Here in game 3, racks expand. Economic opener. We're slowing things down, taking our natural base, and settling in. Clem, he's gotten the aggression out of his system. It's out of it. He can embrace the longer game. Or at least a more economic start. Likewise, Zoun are going to be setting up here with an early Zealot. There we go. It does cancel. Had the Zelda away just in case. The reason for this is Zoun is skipping the probe scout, so no probe scout out of Zoun. He has no idea what's going on, was making the Zelda in case he needed it. Once he realized he was safe, he did cancel and got the expansion instead. So Gate Cyber expands standard opener here out of Zoun, following this up with a sentry for the hallucination to get some kind of scouting across the map. Hallucination is going to be on the way, and we'll see where Clem takes us. As Clem, are we setting up for a proxy starport? We're on patrol. The factory is almost done, and the starport is on the way. So waiting there. Let's go. Now, Clem has been quite fond of this to mix into a series. This is going to be proxy starport. What this entails is a Hellion drop. Hellions are amassing as we speak. We should be getting up to 2, soon to be up to 4. Hallucination Scout comes in and does get eyes on the CC timing. That is true. He is now aware of the more economic start, but he should be looking for the starport itself, as the hallucination still has a little bit more time here. And it is telling that there's no extra add-on, there's no starport yet. Something is a little bit off. You see Zoun throwing down the scouting pylon, getting in position, and here comes the drop. Now, 3 Hellions, one-shot workers, so 4 Hellions, they have enough firepower to wreak havoc in a mineral line. Thankfully, Zoun, he isn't fully aware of what's going on, but he has an idea. He has an idea that something is a little bit off. So he is ready in the main. He's ready in the main base. This could also be Proxy Liberator. It could be Hellions towards the left-hand side and Liberator towards the right. That is also something it could be. Well, that's down. He does have that sentry ready for those force fields. And here comes the drop. Zoun, he will zone away. So far, so good. And the drop does nothing. No damage so far. A better start for Zoun. Medevac will distract. Hellions, they dive in. We have the force fields. He looks down the base. He looks down the wall. And Zoun defense. So a very nice setup here by Zoun. Behind this, throwing down the robo. Just 2-gate blink into the robo, and Zoun will eventually expand. Back at home, Clem getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. The starport is going to have to float back home. This is a rough start for Clem, as this will impact his own medevac production. As it'll have to eventually lift. Eventually. Likewise, Zoun getting his 3rd base, settling in, building up his bases, his economy. Hallucination does confirm the follow-up. Caesaraxis does confirm stim and the tank production. Just a biotank follow-up to be expected. And Zoun is going to be taking into his own, further gateway army here. No splash damage yet. It's going to be Blink Stalker into +1, into charge, into delayed splash damage. Here comes that starport. The observer will spot this. The Great Migration. Does migrate to the south. Likewise, Clem is set up here outside of the main. He still has those Hellions. He still has potential for damage. He can still one-shot probes. Ideally, Clem wants to wait for a distraction. Wants to wait for either his move out, something that keeps Zoun's attention busy, and then he can come in. Go. 3rd TC's on the way. So Clem building up. Hellions, they poke in. I see medevac did unload. Again, Clem still preserving his army. Gets eyes on the 3rd. And for now, Zoun, he should be free to take up a little bit further here. It can be quite risky to go for a Bay in this kind of game state. I believe Zoun hasn't seen the Lack or the 3rd. He has yet to confirm. So far, nice kiting. Picks up a couple of Marines. Baits out a stim. And yeah, Zoun, he hasn't seen the third CC, so playing it safe. Ooh, bleeds out one Stalker. Hellions get caught out. Clem commits across the map. And Zoun, what's his setup? He's got two Immortals. He's got a Sentry. He's got some Force Fields. Meanwhile, Clem is going for the production. Going for the pylon. Zoun catching a tank. Oh, I'll pick up. Oh no! Pick does survive. Tank gets out, but the tanks are exposed. He gets one, he gets two. Both tanks do fall. Clem gets caught with his pants down. Ay, ay, ay. He was not ready for this. He was not set up. The third tank will fall as well. And Clem is being shut down. The medevacs are falling. There's no escape. There's no escaping this. Oh my god, as he barely does boost away. Almost getting another medevac. Zoun pulls back, doesn't want to overextend. The reinforcements. Clem, he wants those Immortals. Does want them. So they come in to reinforce. He gets one. One Immortal goes down, but just the one. As Zoun, he will hold. Catching both medevacs. Still a very tense game state. Oh, takes a mind shots to the face. Gets another medevac. Down to 3. Oof. As mind shots are going off. But momentum in favor of Zoun. As there's more Zealots on the way. Unfortunately, no War Prism, so his reinforcements take a long time. Yeah, he can't really assert himself. As Clem is stabilizing, he should be able to hold on. Zoun getting a 4th. Backing off, Prism has finally arrived. Now we can keep going. Can try to keep going here. Waiting for Warpins, they'll say dive in, baiting out those mine shots. Wind mines run out. And Zoun, has he? I think he has broken Clem. It's still so close. Zealots out, they're stuck behind. Get in there. Zealots say one into the fight. And they will. They barely will. Another warping coming in. A bit of a delayed warping though. There we go. Extra Zealots on the way. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, boys from the third. Boys from the natural. Clem trying desperately to hold on. Takes out the Stalkers. And there's just not enough Zealots. Barely enough Zealots. Clem barely holds on at a cost of 14 SEVs. A very clutch hold. Does survive. Behind this, Zoun getting his 4th. Remember, he was not all in. Taking into Colossus. The first Colossus is soon to arrive. Clem holds. Does still hold though. Still in this game. Zoun has to back off. Has to calm down. Again, things escalated real fast, real quick after catching out those tanks. And what's scary, even though Clem lost all those SCVs, the worker count is still neck and neck. Plus mules. So a better economy for Clem, for the Terran. But Zoun, he's slowly saturating that 4th base. He's getting it up and running. Zoun ready for warping into the main. Does dive straight in. Last Clem is out of position. A couple of SCVs are going down. This is okay damage. Really just distracting the army. Even forcing a cancel. Not bad. Denying that Ghost Academy. Will delay. Prism gets out. 4 SCV kills. Zoun, I believe, still only on 1 Colossus, which is, okay, now 2, but still concerning me. Not a lot of splash damage, no Storm, no Disruptors, just 2 Colossus. As Zoun, he's intentionally staying on a low gas count, no gases at the 3rd base or in the 4th. So heavily reliant here on his Zealot reinforcements. As Zoun is getting a 5th. This is more of a swarm toss style. It can be quite risky as you have, again, really limited gas to work with. It means if Zoun does take a bad fight, if he does lose these Colossus, he will have a hard time rebuilding. Second rover's on the way. Clem trying to chase him down. Catching out 2 zealots. Some nice pickups. The Disruptor still building up for Zoun. Again, Zoun, he needs more time. Likewise, Clem getting his 4th. 2 upgrades about to finish. Zoun does pull away. He pulls back. It's so difficult breaking through these choke points. Breaking through these bridges. Zoun is in position. Again, just holding the line. Clem getting his 4th. And is maintaining himself. Both armies are about to max out. Again, Zoun is still very zealot heavy. Very reliant on those zealots. Oh, nice EMP. Oh, the flanking Nova. Nova goes off. Up. It doesn't connect. No major connection. Clem, he stims in. Dives on the army. Vikings putting a lot of work. Meanwhile, Zelda coming from behind. And it collapses on the army here, and it looks like Zoun he will hold. Zelda hold on. Zelda's doing a great job here of buffering. So far, so good. Still has all 3 Colossus. They're very low, but still has them. Disruptor building up. There goes up. He's got that one Nova there. Magic goes off, meant to say. Catching out the ghosts. 1, 2, 3 ghosts going down. And Clem is bleeding out too much, bleeding out some very high-tech units. Zelda might overextend though. Colossus just now coming in. And Clem, can he punish this? He cannot. The Colossus, they rain down on the army. Vikings, they get 1. Reinforcements have arrived. And once again, Zoun, does he really have enough? Oh my god. He connects. Takes down the Bio army, pushing to the mineral line. Zoun, he's doing it. He's done it. Up. Oh my god. Reinforcements, they come in. Still just a handful of units. Zoun, he rotates. Does rotate over. Backs off. Once again, there's no War Prism. Takes a long time to reinforce here. There's Prisms on the way. Disruptors as well. Disruptors, they have arrived. Here comes a massive wave of reinforcements. Mass Zealots. Again, who needs gas? As Zoun still never took any gases at the 3rd or at the 4th. No gas whatsoever. Disruptors are exposed. Nice splits here by Clem. The Zealots, they were a little bit late. They were late to engage. Clem trading well for himself, but he will lose the mineral line. 12 SCV kills. Once again, Zoun diving in. More Zealots have arrived. And Zoun should overwhelm. Oof. Nice snipe. Nice snipe on the Disruptor. Like, Clem is still fighting his heart out and still trading as efficiently as possible. But at this point, it is a numbers game. And Zoun should have enough. Going for the lib. Takes down the Liberator. Zel's just barely coming in time. Save some of those Stalkers. Again, impressive defense here by Clem. He's barely holding. He wants those Disruptors. The White Shots. Oh my god. White Shots don't go up. Nice splits here out of Clem. Microing his heart out. Oh, hunts down the War Prism. No more reinforcements or delayed reinforcements. And Clem holds. Clem, he does hold. He saves the bases as well. He's on 4 bases. A 5th CC is now done. He can re-expand. And Zoun, he has to retreat. Clem, he refuses to die. Not this day. Not today. Now, Zoun still has a better economy, so over time, Zoun should be able to outproduce Clem. That is true. Should be able to. So Clem has got 3-3. Up! There it goes off. Just forcing Clem back. Oh, the non-stop Novas! Ooh, brutal connection! That's what Zoun needed. Another connection as well. Takes down another Ghost. Clem, he can't afford those losses. Not like this. As he does land his 5th. Once again falling back, but here come the reinforcements. The Mass Zealot, the Colossus. Zoun now has an army, gets another ghost. Okay, another ghost goes down, and Zoun at this point, he should be able to break through this. As the Zealots say, just do not stop. Again, as a reminder, Zoun, he intentionally, no gases at these bases. Just Mass Zealot reinforcements. And he is overwhelming. And again, he's been able to preserve his disruptors. He's been able to barely preserve the disruptors over time. Takes down the planetary. Does catch the CC. Oh. And as you imagine, this is just very, very momentum based here for Zoun. GG gets called. He catches up the army, and Zoun, he will take a lead in the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Zoun, he will take a lead. Again, just a very strong start out of Zoun. It all really came down to not necessarily the failed Hellion drop. It wasn't necessarily about that. As a reminder, the Medevac survived, the Hellion survived as well. Clem, he preserved those units. What was important though was the follow-up tank push. If you remember, Clem, he moved out with 3 tanks and he got caught on siege. He lost all 3 tanks. He lost 2 Medevacs as well. He got caught with his pants down. A very important, very decisive fight there from Zoun. With that, was able to gain momentum and never quite let it go. Never let go. GG. And with that, Zoun needs one more game here to bring Clem down. Let's go, as we're loading into Whispers of Gold. We go, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss leading the series 2-1, 1 game away from advancing on to the grand finals. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And again, an ace match is what we wanted between these two. If you have been missing out on these two facing off over the past couple of weeks, you may be unaware, but Zoun has defeated Clem before. He has defeated him in OlimoLeague, actually, in this tournament series. I think it was OlimoLeague 234, maybe 234, maybe 235. It was in December. It was back in December. Zoun did defeat Clem in a long late game scenario. This was maybe 2 or 3 weeks after Zoun came back from the military. It was crazy. It was crazy. Likewise, more recently, Zoun and Clem, they faced off in the finals of last week's OlimoLeague, went all the way to game 5, went all the way to the ace match. Clem did win. Clem did take it in the end, but it went all the way to game 5. Zoun looking very, very impressive against him, and now they face off again. I don't want to say that they have a rivalry, but they've been playing relatively often. Like every other week, I want to say. Every 2 weeks they have a series. Always a treat to watch. And do we get another ace match? Or does Zoun claim the win here and now? Here we go. I feel like saying that Zoun and Clem have a rivalry is almost being disrespectful to the amount of matches that Clem and MaxFax have had. That's more of a rivalry. That's that's them playing 3 or 4 times a week every single week. There's a lot more matches between those two, more so than Clem and Zoun. But you know what, we're getting there. I appreciate it. Well, now though, settling in. It is going to be a single gas opener, so much more economic start by Clem. Racks into expand. Last game, we also saw a similar build, which led into a proxy starport. This time, I would imagine Clem's going to be keeping everything back at home. This time, no proxy. Meanwhile, Zoun, likewise, settling in. Going for the gate expand, or gate cyber expand. Headed in towards that mid game. And for the first time this series, Stargate opener. Bold move is what I will say. Bold move here out of Zoun. Clem is a very aggressive player, and once he catches wind of this, then he is one to punish. It is considered unsafe to play Stargate in the current meta. You can get away with it on larger maps. We spoke about this before, but on maps like Frostline, on maps like Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, Amygdala as well, on these larger maps you can get away with this. On these smaller maps, it is a little bit more risky. It is more risky. For now though, what's important, Clem did not SCV scout. No SCV scout, and Clem skipped his Reaper. So he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on, which means he has no insight as to try to set up a punish for this. For example, if he was aware, we would see like a Cyclone-based opener into a Cyclone drop like we saw previously in the series to try to punish, but he just doesn't know. Clem is in the dark as to what's going on. He's going to be relying on his Hellion to scout instead. Hellion dips in, but there are 2 adepts here at the natural, and Zoun will deny the scout. And back at home, he's banking up Phoenixes. He's banking up the Phoenixes as we speak. Clem has no idea, and Clem is setting up for his own Widowmine drop. How many Widowmines? 1 so far, and of course a handful of Marines. And the pressure is going to be on Clem to get damage done with this drop play. Zoun following this up with a Robo. This is feeling almost like a much more classic form of Phoenix Colossus. We could get there. Meanwhile, I'm a little bit surprised here, but the medevac has arrived, and Clem, he's not really doing anything with it. It looks like Clem, because he doesn't know what's happening, because the Hellion wasn't able to get into the main base, he's playing it very safe. For all he knows, there could be an Oracle ready to dive in. So the Marines are in position in the mineral line, likewise Widowmine's in position here in the main. Clem, because he's in the dark, he's playing as safe as he can. And that means that Zoun can expand. Zoun, he's expanding, is getting a 3rd base, he can tech up, the Robo's almost done. From here he can go into a forge, into a bay. As Clem is taking a more defensive stance. Phoenixes move out. Hellion went down. The Phoenixes, they might have caught the Hellion here. As they head towards the bases. Army somewhat in position. Oh. Getting 2 SCVs. 2 SCVs go down. Zoun backs off. And now Clem knows. Now Clem is a little more secure. Or a little more aware of what's going on. And again, he isn't really set up to punish is the problem. He, at this point, we can't really retroactively get into any Cyclone production. Instead, we're going for add-on swaps into Stim and Combat Shields. And Clem should be stuck at home until Stim finishes. Stim is on the way, but without it, Clem is stuck. So Clem is going to be defending, and now is the time for Zoun to tech. Similar to the previous game, where Clem is being more passive and Zoun can cut corners. We have the Forge on the way, Twilight Council. No Bay yet, but, at least still taking up and working towards upgrades, saturating the 3rd base. Now is the time to be greedy. Likewise, ideally, Zoun can also pick up some key units. Perks in. Doesn't really get much else though. Clem is secure. Ooh, and Clemmy sneaks out. Uh-oh. Does slip out. Zoun, he doesn't quite spot this. But the army comes back home. Stim soon to finish. There's a bit of mine. Oh, my shot goes off. Massive connection. Sole positioning there by Clem. Doesn't quite get the Phoenix. But a good connection nonetheless. 3rd CC's on the way, so Clem is not going for a 2-base all in. Ooh, another mine shot here. Ay, ay, ay. 1 Phoenix does finally go down. Oh, diving on the Viking. Does pick it up. Let's catch 1 Viking, and up, he barely gets another. 2 Vikings going down. Nice control here. Zoun, he pulls away the weakened Viking, the weakened Phoenix. Does pull away. And back at home, and now we get the Bay. The Bay is now in production for Colossus. Until then, though, can Zoun hold on? Because here comes the push. Clem has broken free. He's getting his 3rd base. Is distracted by the Phoenixes. Oh, bit of a miss rally. Phoenix goes down. So he gets caught. Again, Clem, he's distracted. Zoun buying more time. Buying time specifically for his bait. The bait is almost done. The second robo as well. He needs those Colossus. As he's getting a fourth. Again, Clem has had the supply advantage for quite some, the army supply advantage for quite some time. But hasn't made use of it. Now moving out. The Zealots, they hit the third base. They drag Clem back home, at least for a moment. Again, Zoun just buying as much time as possible. But only for so long. Here comes Clem. And can Zoun hold? As tanks, they do siege. Base is under fire. Zoun comes in for the surround. Oh my god, he collapsed on the army. He gets a full surround. Tanks are going to go down. Massive pickoffs as well. And Clem has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. Does have to pull out. The Vikings are not really going to help too much. I mean, the Phoenix is turned back. But here come the Zealots. And there's no more tanks. Mine shot's going up. Forcing with a friendly fire. The Zealots are low. Zealots are low. Nice lift up here on the Vikings, on the Marauder. But not enough Zealots. Not enough Zealots here. Zoun, he has to back up. Tries to trade. Where are the reinforcements? Does move forward. Has 3 Zealots left. Boys are being pulled. Vikings, they land. And these Immortals are exposed. Yeah, he stuck around too long. He overextended. Massive pickoffs. He had no reinforcements, and that was a big loss for Zoun. A massive loss. It was a good start, but he shouldn't have been there. He should not have been there. These Zealots are too late. And Zoun, he's down to this. Down to 1 Immortal, 1 Colossus. Clem, he's coming, and he's not going to stop. Zealots are coming from behind, but Clem, he doesn't turn around. Despite that, though, these Zealots are actually wreaking havoc. Clem moving in. And Zoun, he got too excited. He got a little bit too excited there. He was fighting well for himself, but had to take a breath. And Clem, he's pushing in. He's snowballing out of control. There are 2 Colossus, but there are Vikings. Not too many of them. Oh. Zoun can try to hold on, but did lose a base. Is losing another as well. Yeah, the Nexus is going to go down. Losing the fourth, and the third. Nice kiting here out of Clem. Picks away at the army. And Zoun, he has no support. He has no support here. Needs more Zealots. More Immortals, Sentries, Stalkers. Just gateway units in general. 3 Colossus on their own. Not so terrifying. As a base trade might just be the best option for Zoun. True. I don't think he can just fight this head on. So he bypasses the main army, heads towards the third. And Clem, he does turn around. Turns back around. Reinforcements coming in. Will collapse on the mineral line. Vikings are coming from behind. Prism will go down. Denies the warp in. And Clem, he can just collapse on this. We'll lose 24 SCVs. Clem, does he have enough Marauders? He does not. It's going to be close. Oh god, he barely does. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets everything. Gets all the Colossus. Yeah, the Marauders, they stand strong. He leans up the entire army. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, oh my god, a very, very intense game there. Again, Zoun had a beautiful initial start to the fight. If you remember, he surrounded the tanks, he cleaned everything up, he took a greater fight, he kept pushing. But the reality is, once Zoun ran out of Zealots, he had to get out of there. He had to pull out. Instead, he ran out of Zealots and he kept going. I was like, man, you're crazy. He kept pushing, he lost everything. He lost everything in the end. He did overextend, he got a little bit too excited there, and with that, Clem does tie things up. We're going all the way to Game 5. All the way to the ace match. And we're going to be loading into Ley Lines. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Whew, one game away. He was one game last game. So close yet so far. Can he bring it back? It is Zoun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid from Atlanta, France. It is Clem. Here we go. As we are settling in. Go. Oh, the return of Asher. Ah, Papi, did you reinstall? Oh no, oh no. Double gas open out of Clem. We're reverting back. Gonna be going for a much more tech heavy start initially here. We'll see if he does once again go for the setup for a Hellion drop, for Cyclone drop even. See how much more aggressive he's going to be as we're settling into the ace match. But yes, as we stated earlier, and as I guess is being reiterated in the chat, again, Zoun, he was doing very well for himself, very well when it came to the engagement, when it came to this round, when it came to the fight. Alas, again, did overextend, did get a little bit too excited there after the initial strong start to the fight, and did snowball out of control. But again, now we're settling into the ace match. Let's go. As he will recall, saves the probe, and Clem should soon expand. This time opening up with the initial Reaper. We'll attempt to scout, and we'll see how Zoun opens up here. Again, did have the Stargate open previously with the Phoenixes. As we are leading into a larger map. Could see that working well here. We could see just revert into a Twilight Council instead for a safer start. Keep an eye on Zoun. So far, zoning the Reaper away. Hell no. He's like, mate, I'm actually happy, Papi. I don't remember how it feels to smudge. True. Esther Asher, living his best life. Watching from afar. Never again. SMH my head. For now, Twilight Council opener out of Zoun. I believe Clem did scout, did dip in, and yes, did get eyes on the tech. So Clem is aware. Behind this is that 1-1 setup. Widowmine has arrived. And here comes the initial drop play. As the medevac is in production. Wouldn't go that far. Oh no. You can't escape the smudge, is what you're telling me. Not like this. Well, you know the reason why, mate. It's because you've been playing League of Legends. Animal, Papi, animal. You've been top kecking in the mid lane. Jungling all over Mr. Yi. Ace, I don't know. I don't know. For now, though, we're going for the drop. To have a Widowmine drop towards the left-hand side. Reaper Hellion towards the right. We'll see what Clem can get done. Zoomer games. Exactly. Copium. Yo, I mean, Raynor did hit... He hit GM, right? He hit Challenger. Like last week. Oh, nice clean up, though. Widowmine dips in. Gets forced back. Nice defense here out of Zoun. Behind this, just opening up 2-gate blink into a third. And Clem is here to scout to attempt to delay, but is going to be shut down. Zoun can expand. Taking his third. Behind this, Clem building up his tank count. It's going to be quite a tank count early on. Vikings as well. And it looks like he's getting ready for an earlier push. This is going to be quite committed here. Clem does not have stim. Bear this in mind. These are vanilla Marines. No stim, no combat shields. Very committed here by Clem. Rushing to early tank production. And we'll see if he can sneak up on Zoun. Oh boy. As Clem is pushing. And I believe Zoun is yet to really confirm. Up! Oh, he does spot the army. Does spot it in time. Up! Blink is done. Doesn't quite get the Marine. Doesn't quite get it. Zoun scrambling back at home, warping in more stalkers. Gets 2 Marines. 2 Marines so far, but Clem, he wants the 3rd Nexus. He wants the base. Gets a stalker. Gets a stalker. We'll siege up. Is within range, and yeah, there's no saving this. The base is gonna be shut down. Nice pick off here by Clem. Back at home, E-Wave's on the way for +1. Throwing down extra maxes. Stim has begun. It does force a cancel. Zoun, he will. Oh, the reinforcements though does catch a tank. Not bad. Tank falls, Marines as well. Clem, he keeps pushing, keeps moving in. The Immortal has arrived, and Zoun, he can attempt the surround. Coming in from behind. Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. Here comes a blink. And Zoun will clean this up. Ooh, brutal tank shots though. The tank shots are brutal. And as the dust settles, what did we lose? Zoun, he traded out 7 Stalkers and an Immortal for 3 tanks, 2 Vikings. I mean, 3 tanks going down is pretty huge, but Zoun doesn't really have much left over. Back at home, Clem is secure. He's got his tank, he's got his bio. Bunkers on the way just in case. Zoun can't really reinforce, he just re-expands. So we can calm down. Calm down. Zoun just containing. Does poke in, gets an SCV. Saves the Stalkers, not bad. And again, Clem, he didn't kill Zoun, but he wasn't really looking to. He was looking to at least deny the 3rd. And now the 3rd CC timing here is similar to that of the 3rd base of Zoun. So I'd say a better economy here for Clem. Upgrades are finishing, and once they're done, Clem, he can move out for a 2nd wave, for a 2nd push. This time with Stim. You know, Zoun getting to his own splash damage. The bait just began for Colossus. Playing Need for Speed. Yo, do you have like your little steering wheel? Let's go. And I remember playing Need for Speed Most Wanted back in the day. That was it, mate. Playing Burnouts on the PS2. Anyway, Clem takes his 3rd. Getting to his upgrades. Moving out with the drop. Does sneak by. Zoun somewhat in position. As a pylon will spot. And now we can settle into a longer game. Settle in. Burnout was one of those games where it's less about racing and more about like crashing other cars. and like forcing other cars into like oncoming traffic. It was great. It was but very different kind of game. But now though, do you see Clem pushing? Once again gets caught out. He wants the tank, gets a Marauder. Zoun trying to slow down Clem. Clem, he rotates. Zoun, can he hold on here? He's got that Colossus. But Clem, he might just have too much. Going for the Colossus, goes for the dive, he does get it. Colossus goes down, massive pickup. And Zoun is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Tanks, they can slowly push in. At the same time, they'll run back here towards that natural, but only 2 Zealots. Delay some of the production. But Clem, he rotates. He's not stopping. Zoun hoping to catch the army unsieged. Charges done, he dives in, he gets both tanks. Tanker gets reset. Better fight here, better engage for Zoun. Not bad. Catching up the army. Does take the mines to the face. Mine shots go up. Zoun pulling back. And Clem, he wants the Immortals. Back at them, another Colossus has arrived. Clem has here extended. Fighting out in the open. Woodermine can't reset. Clem, he has to pull away. Has to get the hell out of here. Pulls back home. Still very tense. Okay, there are a handful of Widow Mines. Gonna be targeted down. Couple of shots gonna be going off. And where are those Zealots? Yeah, they're coming in from behind. Zealots, they try to collapse in, but not too many of them. Clem trying to hold on. Oh, the micro. The pickup micro saves the Marauder. Does pull away, and Zoun behind this getting a fourth. The fourth base is getting fully saturated. Likewise, Zoun once again, he's avoiding gas geysers. No gas at the third. The fourth, only one here at the natural. Very, very Zealot heavy. I mean, this has been Zoun's go-to. Just more Zealots, more gateways. We're now pulling back. Fourth CC on the way for Clem. Whew, and we can take a breath. We can. Jesus. Clem has been so active this game. Does calm things down. Zoun getting a fifth. Both players expanding. Both players just reinforcing their armies. They're recovering. Clem trying to catch a rotation. Spots the main army. Ghosts have arrived. Plenty of EMPs. Disruptor's now on the way for Zoun. Clem, he spots the expansion. Good positioning, denying mining time here at the fourth. Colossus doing what they can. Still being zoned back. Zoun, he double expands even. Take all the bases. Getting a sixth. And the armies, they will pass by each other. Zoun going for the planetary. Clem coming in from behind. Planetary, it looks like it will survive though. Does survive. EMP's popping up. And Zelsay melts as they try to engage Novas from behind the flank. Oh my god! Massive connections! The Novas! Zoun! He's doing it. He crushes the main army. Vikings do fall. He can keep going. Send it. Keep going. Oh my god. The Disruptors. He was crazy. And Clemmy plummets in supply. Now is the time. Now is the time. Keep going. Zoun, he commits, and there's one ghost left. The Colossus falls. There's a planetary coming into play. Vikings forced to land, but without these immortals, the planetary should go down. Show us the Novas. Yeah, Novas, they bring it down. Planetary goes down as well, and there's almost nothing left. We just reinforce. We can send it. GG gets called, and Zoun, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. The surround, the flanking Novas. I mean, a couple of things occurred there. If you recall, Clem, he missed the rotation. He missed the main army, so he didn't know where the army was. He was kind of posturing. He was caught out of position. Clem, he had to respond by coming in from the southern side, from the south, even from the low ground. And as a result, he got caught between the armies, between the main army and the reinforcements. With that, Zoun with those Novas, he popped off. GG, well played. Zoun will advance on to the grand finals. Let's go. Taking down Clem in a best of 5. Very close, very intense. Could have gone either direction. Honestly, there's a world out there where instead it's a 3-1, where Zoun wins on Whispers of Gold instead, where he was in a beautiful position as well. But, you know, again, got to a little bit too excited here. It's all good. He was able to maintain his cool coming into Game 5. Coming into the end of the game. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we have our 2 finalists here. Having a look at the bracket, herO took down Cure 3-0, and Zoun barely took down Clem 3-2. We have a PvP finals between herO and Zoun. Let's go. Let's go. Just catching up. Would you say you got caught with his pants down? Yes. The pants were down, Papi. Oh, no. Not like this. Not again. Clem. Yo, Cristiano Ronaldo, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you. Always good to see you. Cristiano. Much love. Much love. Oh. We're just playing the new Tokyo Extreme Racer on Steam. It's pretty good. it's been a while since I played a racing game, I'll be honest. I think the last game I played was like either Burnout 3 or Need for Speed Most Wanted. It's been a long time. It was fun. It was fun back in the day. Wouldn't mind playing once again. Clip that Novas. Clip it, papi. Clip it. Oh. Will there be a VOD later? There are VODs on YouTube and there are VODs on Twitch. VODs they should already be available. They're available. Oh. Here we go. Ooh, okay, with that, I need a moment. After an intense semifinals, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. When we come back, we have a best of 7 grand finals between herO and Zoun. The PvPs are upon us. I'll be honest, coming into this tournament, it was supposed to be, it was foretold to be a rematch between herO and Clem. You know, a PvT, herO and Clem, they were the favorite players, but we are in the light timeline, the dark timeline. Where are we exactly? We're in the Zoun timeline as Zoun takes down Clem, and we have a PvP finals instead. Crazy. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have that best of 7. See you guys after the break. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras, marinate your marauders, tuck in your tempest, cuddle your carriers. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the OlimoLeague January finals here, as it's been an intense month of StarCraft. Every single month, OlimoLeague, week after week, players, they accumulate points to make it to the monthly finals. We had our 8 players. We had our top 8, and now we are down to only 2. And again, it was supposed to be a PvT. It was supposed to be herO versus Clem, but Clem, he was shut down. He was denied in the semifinals, and an explosive semifinals as well. No pun intended. It was crazy. It was a crazy series, crazy match, but we are not done. We are not done. We still have the grand finals ahead of us here. It's going to be a PvP between herO and Zoun. Let's go. Zoun, he has been on fire. It's been looking solid, at least when it comes to the PvT matchup. But what about the mirror matchup? That is the question. Zoun, he has been quite vocal, saying that he's not actually too fond of PvP. Despite that, it is one of his best matchups. It's one of those things where he doesn't enjoy it, but he's good at it. He is good at it. It is, I would say, one of his strongest matchups. I would say PvP and PvT by far are where he thrives the most. And we'll see if he can bring herO down. Bearing in mind, this is also a herO that just came off of a win in, I should say, a better performance in Master Coliseum by taking down MaxPax in a best of 7. He was able to bring down MaxPax 4-1. That also shows how in form herO is, at least in the PvP. I believe herO and MaxPax, they didn't play in the League Cup. They missed each other in that tournament. It was the week before that where herO did take the best of 7. Oh boy, so he's got some builds. He's definitely got some builds coming into this. Zoun, I haven't seen in recent times for his PvP, so I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's go. Let's jump on in. Jump into that best of 9. Sorry, best of 7. What do we say? And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, the ex-military Protoss. It is Zoun. The Clem crusher, if you will. He's crazy. Again, having a very close, very intense series versus Clem, and we'll see if that can be replicated here against herO. Here we go. And again, the meta of PvP has been shifting quite a lot in recent months. For a very long time, it was very standard to go 2-gate opener into the natural, into your tech. Very standard amongst the other Protoss players that aren't MaxPax. But in recent months, in the most recent patch, even in the PTR, we saw herO and all the other Koreans follow suit and actually embrace gate into cybercore openers, even on maps where it is unsafe to do so. So PvP has been evolving in the most recent patch. We'll see where that leads us, as so far, 2-gate opener. So herO, he goes for a 2-gate opener. Zoun going for a gate, cybercore, into tech, into an expansion. So Zoun going for the quote-unquote MaxPax build here. herO, do we proxy? The probe is in position here for a pylon, for what looks to be a fake proxy pylon. Tech is being thrown down. Pylon is going to be placed. And herO is trying to force Zoun to overreact. Trying to get into the head of his opponent. Speaking of, Zoun is scouting. He's scouting, he's checking for a proxy, looking for the pylon. We'll check the 3rd location. We'll check the center, and keep going from there. With, as you can see, Zoun also making an initial Zealot, so very safe start here from Zoun. Zealot on the way into Stargate, potentially into Void Ray, then into the expansion. As Zealot does pop. Oh my, and we're real, it's real. I thought it was fake. He scouts it, oh my god. Based on the pylon location, I assumed it was just going to be a fake out and we were going to macro from here, but no, here he commits, and Zoun, he finds the robo. Let's go. He does find it, is aware. Nexus before Stargate. He's crazy. Okay, bold move here out of Zoun. We'll go for the faster expansion into delayed Stargate and delayed Stargate into delayed tech. Is going to be a robo response into Immortal production, but the Immortal is going to be faster, of course, for herO, much faster. Okay, so Zoun is going to be looking to try to hold on to that low ground. Shield batteries are on the way, and we'll see if Zoun can survive, if he can defend. Meanwhile, War Prism first out of herO. Prism is on the way. Adepts are moving out, and herO, he will soon find out about the timing of that natural expansion. Oh, he's already aware even. He's aware, shades into the main, is denied. But that's what the War Prism is for. As the Prism can allow these adepts to bust into the main base and bypass that ramp. herO does kite back. Here come the adepts. 4 adepts into the main, Immortal Production behind this. Again, herO is going for a 1 base all in. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Zoun. Zoun's still building up. First Immortal's halfway done. Adepts, they make their way in. Decent Sim City, nice force field as well, locking down the adepts. Zoun, he's holding. He's holding on. Adepts, they shade towards the low ground. No major kills, no major pickups. And Zoun holds. Initially. Zoun is holding. Adepts, they threaten the shade. Immortals are still building up, more adepts on the way. And herO, he can approach this a couple different ways. He can try to force field the ramp, he can slice up the army. And he does! The Immortal! He does catch the Immortal, but the shield battery's in position. Another force field. Can herO knock this Immortal down? With the help of his own, he can. He can, and he will. Massive pickoff. Immortals is full clutch force fields. Yeah, just cutting Zoun up here. GG gets called, and herO, he will catch Zoun out, and herO will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Very nice control, very clutch force fields out of herO, just able to cut the army in half, dealing with it a portion at a time, and just picking away at that Immortal. GG, well played. Unfortunately, again, Zoun, he was a little bit greedy as well, rushing into that faster Nexus, a Nexus that didn't really come into play, that did not help out there. As things did very quickly escalate. And with that, herO takes a lead. Does take a lead in the series. And we'll see if he can extend that lead. As we're loading into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be Zoun's map of choice, El Dorado. Let's go. As a reminder, the way this format works, there are no vetoes. No vetoes, but it is loser's pick. So I'm curious what the plan is going to be for Zoun coming into El Dorado. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Zoun. See in the chat, is this the finals? Yes, that's why this is a best of 7, not a best of 5, so it is a best of 7 grand finals. We're now getting into game 2, and because we're loading into El Dorado, we have the setup here for a gate into Cybercore into expansion. Let's go. El Dorado is one of the few maps in the map pool that has a ramp coming into the natural, so it is common, it is standard to open up in a more economic fashion. We saw Zoun attempt this in the last game, and he was punished for it by the 1 base all-in. Here, 1 base all-ins are weaker because of the ramp. The ramp allows you to have, of course, the high ground advantage, has a choke point coming into the natural as well. All-ins, they do struggle to end the game. It's not impossible, but it is going to be, the map is going to be working against the aggressing player. So both players opening up economically, and this typically leads into Phoenix Wars. We've been here before, actually, if you recall, we did cast Creator versus Zoun earlier today, and we had Phoenix Wars as a result as well. Now, what I'm referring to here is that both players should be active with their scouting probes. We have the probe for herO, we have the probe for Zoun, and we should be pylon blocking. Typically, in an ideal world, the Protoss player wants to go for a gate into Cybercore into Nexus, but because the pylon blocks, it will delay the Nexus, and it does force the players to go into tech first. And that tech structure should be a Stargate. And if both players open Stargate, then both players have to make Phoenixes. As if they make an Oracle, they will lose the Oracle immediately, and then you're locked into Phoenix Wars. Then you're kind of locked in. You have to keep making Phoenixes because if you stop, you die. That's where this should lead. herO, he wants that Nexus though. Alas, there it is, Stargate. Stargate for herO, Stargate for Zoun. Welcome to Phoenix Wars. Let's go. As we should start and not stop making Phoenixes. Now, there are certain ways to get out of this. It is risky, but it is possible as the Nexus gets thrown down for herO, and Zoun's is still a little bit more delayed. Oh. is going to be delayed here. But you can try to transition out of this into Blink Stalkers. It is very difficult though. If you want to try to go into Blink Stalkers, then you do need to somehow make your opponent be more passive. If your opponent's passive, if they're more defensive, if they don't move out, if they don't check your bases, if they don't know what's going on, then you can get away with a switch into Blink Stalkers, but it is still very difficult to get away with. As here come the Phoenixes. First Phoenix on the way for herO, first Phoenix on the way for Zoun. Now from here, there are a couple of big power spikes moments where we throw down a second Stargate into double Phoenix production. If one player is too late and the other can get a Phoenix lead early on. Likewise, of course, there's also a moment when we rush into the Fleet Beacon to get into Phoenix range. Speaking of, herO rushing into a very fast second Stargate. This is what we spoke about. This is actually how herO was able to defeat Max Pax in Master Coliseum. I do recommend the VODs if you missed out on it. But a couple of times we saw herO do this very build, where he races into that second Stargate and is able to get a 1 or 2 Phoenix advantage and then end the game. Like, being up 1 or 2 Phoenixes will just snowball out of control. Up! As herO does take a shot to the face, has to get the hell out of here. herO getting caught out. And with that down, he will take the better trade. Oh, I say that, trading 1 for 1. But herO, he's losing too much too quickly here. herO down a Phoenix. Ay, ay, ay. Again, here he was premature. Now that fast second Stargate will allow him to recover, but he didn't want to recover. He wanted to snowball out of control with a higher Phoenix count, and that is not happening. That is not happening. That was a rough start here for herO. It's down, looking good. Second Stargate's now on the way. herO still recovering. Zoun is moving out. Now Zoun has to be very careful because, again, because this second Stargate herO, he will soon surpass the Phoenix count of Zoun if he's not careful. Oh. And there it is. 4 versus 4. Zoun is late to engage. Trading 1 for 1. Better trade for herO. Let's get a second Stargate, or second Phoenix. Did bring it down. Zoun has to back up. As here is mining through his patches, going for his own third. Zoun has yet to expand. Or yet to set up for an expansion, I should say. herO moves out. Zoun, he has no shield battery. And Zoun, he's down 1 Phoenix. Has to be careful. Phoenixes, they stack. Fleet Beacon's on the way. That's going to be for Phoenix range for Annual Impulse Crystals. And this is another big power spike for herO. Again, it does feel like tech-wise herO, he's been ahead the entire game when it comes to the faster second Stargate, faster Fleet Beacon. Zoun was able to take the better trade initially, but just initially. And what Phoenix range entails is that herO will get the first shot. He will get the first volley off, and that can be huge. As it means that most likely he's going to kill 1 Phoenix, like, as the fight begins. And then snowball from there. Oh! Alright, do bounce off each other. Again, no one shoots first. Not yet. They back off. No one wants to engage. Here he's down a Phoenix. And here comes Phoenix range. Instead, Zoun going for a third Stargate. Zoun maintaining a higher Phoenix count instead. Expansion spotted. Phoenix range more than halfway done. Here he needs a little bit more time. A little bit more time here. Still staying stacked. Oh! Oh my god. Doesn't quite engage. And he gets first shot off. There it is. There's Phoenix range. He gets 1. He gets 1 Phoenix already. And he's going to get another as well. And now we commit to the fight. Does commit in. Here he does take the slight advantage. Kiting back. Does kite back to the shield battery. Turns back around. And Zoun, he does plummet. Does fall in supply. Now he is making 3 Phoenixes at a time. True. He's making 3. Does catch out the Phoenixes. Very nice catch here from Zoun. herO overextending. Still very close, but nah, if Zoun gets overwhelmed, GG gets called. herO with the faster Phoenix range and with the faster second Stargate does overwhelm. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, so crucial there that herO, he's able to get extra volleys off and the extra first shot. And with that, takes a 2-0 lead. But it's still best of 7. Still best of 7. Still plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. Whew. As we settle into a bit of a more standard map, we're going to be loading into Frostline. A map that doesn't have a ramp coming into the natural, so we should not be experiencing Phoenix Wars. Not this time. Not here. Let's go. Let us go. So you're jumping into game 3. So we're getting into game 3 here, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the best Protoss in all of South Korea, arguably best Protoss in the world, up 2-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, the ex-military Protoss. It is Zoun. Again, he just had a crazy series against Clem, but alas, PvP is a different beast. Very different beast. Much more intense, very chaotic. I mean, game 1 was a 1-base all-in. Game 2, Phoenix Wars. Game 3, what do we embrace? What do we embrace this time? Welcome one and all to Frostline. Now, we mentioned earlier, coming into El Dorado, how the map itself does kind of lend towards Phoenix Wars. That is not the case here on Frostline. There is no ramp coming into the natural, so we should be seeing 2 gate openers. 2 gate openers all around. Now, despite that, Zoun did attempt to go for something more economic in game 1. We'll see if he does so here. There it is. 2 gate opener. 2 gateways for Zoun, 2 gateways for herO. So we're calming things down, much more standard starts. From here, we can go into our tech, we can go into Blink or Stargate, Robo, faster Nexus. Initially, we're just waiting for the first 2 units. We're waiting for either a double Stalker opener, double Sentry opener, Stalker Sentry, Sentry Expand, double Adept. There are different combinations here with how you do want to open up. Each one, some more aggressive than others, I should say. Some are safer, some are more aggressive, some are more greedy. So we'll see how we open up. As the cyber cores are about to complete. And what do you have for us? There we go. Double Stalker here from herO. So herO, he wants to be the aggressor. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Zoun. Much more standard, safe opener instead. So typically, if we're going to be opening up double Stalker, most likely herO is going to follow this up with a 3rd and 4th Stalker as well to rally across the map. And we'll see what herO can get done. It's going to be up to Zoun to survive and to defend. Nice pylon block. Zoun blocks the expansion, or at least he attempts to delay. The Stalkers, they actually bypass the pylon. Cheeky moves out of herO. He is revealed, and there it is. We have the 3rd and 4th Stalker on the way as well. So herO, he's going to be hyper aggressive early on. Meanwhile, Zoun, he expands. Oh boy. So we've kind of chosen our roles here. herO is going to be the aggressor. Zoun is going to be the defender. herO is going to Stargate on the way as well. That's going to be quadruple Stalker into Oracle Harass. Very aggressive here by herO. Is pushing. Shield battery's on the way. Shield battery's not ready. Uh-oh. And there's no force field. Hallucination moves out. Okay. We have 2 more sentries. We have force fields. herO, he does poke back. We're waiting for his reinforcements. There we go. 3rd and 4th Stalker have arrived. But the shield battery is done. Just in time. Thankfully, the shield battery has completed. And behind this, Robo's on the way for Immortal production. Zoun just has to buy more time. As the sentries are getting low. Oh! Nice force field, but last he does not catch the Stalker. herO, he slips away. Bit of miscontrol out of Zoun. Ideally, he wants to try to catch 1 or 2 Stalkers. Here come the Warpians. herO going for the proxy across the map. Again, herO still committing to even more aggression. Zoun is stuck at home. The Robo is done. We need that Immortal. Going Observer first. The Oracle has arrived. The Oracle's moving out. herO making his way towards the main. Zoun will deflect. Good positioning. Zoun, he deflects the Oracle. Twilight Council behind this. herO, I believe, getting up to 3 gates. Yeah, 3 gates on the way. 4th gateway in production, so 4-gate blink. 4-gate blink out of herO, still just trying to pull Zoun apart. Comes in from behind. Oh. Shuts up on the Nexus. Force Wheels, a catch out. This is what we wanted. Let's go. Catching 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers go down. 3rd Stalker as well. Massive pickups. Getting a 4th. Oh my, the Force Fields. Zoun, he outtrades herO. Massive catch. Getting 4 Stalkers and a Sentry. herO dives in. No damage yet. Shield batteries in position. The Oracle does nothing. Going for a stasis. Zoun, he won't be able to focus it down. Decent connection. Catching 4 probes. Sorry, 5 probes. 5 probes get caught, and Zoun, he punishes. He punishes so hard. Blink is not yet done for herO. herO, he's in a lot of trouble. Bleeding out 5 Stalkers. Look at the trays. Look at the efficiency here. 5 Stalkers and 1 Sentry for 1 probe. Zoun trading very well. Again, herO, he got a little bit too excited here. Too cavalier. Was punished. Zoun not getting a 3rd. herO, he's committed. Now, as a reminder, herO, he does have a higher a higher gateway count. He has more gateways. He's not spending money on a 3rd yet, but it looks like he will expand. Checking the units tab. 12 Stalkers to 9. 12 Stalkers to 10. herO, he rotates. Stasis is being set up, but the base is on the other side. So they're not going to come into play. Triggering shields on the hallucination. herO trying to rotate. Blink is done. Dives into the main. Catches a War Prism. Not bad. Oh, Prism goes down. We're going for the extra pylon. Going for the pylon. Depowers most of the gateways. The Robo as well. Not bad. herO blinks out. Nice pickups here out of herO. Getting whatever he can. Rotating over towards the 3rd. And we'll snipe the shield battery at least. Prism. Sage Trap gets denied. Oracle goes down. And here he has to back up. He has to respect the main army. Zoun, he defends the 3rd. And hero's getting his own. Oh. So third base, nice catch out of Zoun. Picking up more Stalkers. Stalkers do fall. herO going for a gateway heavy composition. Charge on the way. Put Stalkers into Zealots. Gets punished though. More Stalkers falling. At the same time, herO does get into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. Zoun has been trading well for himself, but is losing workers. Ay, ay, ay. herO shades into the main. He's not done. Getting 6 probe kills so far. He's on A move though. No target firing. Zoun will defend. Again, that could have been so much worse. That could have been up to 10 plus probe kills. But here he's not done. The 3rd base is exposed, getting up to 10 probes. 10 probes going down. Zoun, he's all in. He has lost his economy. He's down to 35 probes. He has to commit. Zoun is up in Stalkers. He can pull this off. He has the Immortal. Shield Batteries are on the way. herO needs more time. He did well harassing, but I mean, can he deal with this army? Zoun is pushing in. He's going for the kill. Shield batteries are done, but it may not be enough. As they're already out of NG. There's NG overcharge. Immortal putting a lot of work. Here again, blinking his heart out, trying to hold on. Boys are being pulled. And Zoun, he's done it. Zoun, he is breaking through. He snowballs out of control, forced into the all-in. May have lost the Immortal, but it doesn't matter. Boys are being pulled into Zealots, into Stalkers. And Zoun, he will fight back in this series. We have it. We have a back and forth. We have a series. As Zoun, he breaks through again. Here, just losing far too much in the lead up to this game. Far too much. The army crumbles. Nothing left. Here, he's got that one Oracle. Let's go. And not much more than that. Not much more. GG gets called, and Zoun, he fights back. He puts a point on the board, getting into a 1-2 score. GG. GG, well played again. A much stronger start out of Zoun, catching out the Stalkers ahead of time and punishing herO time and time again, getting a faster third base. Towards the end, yes, Zoun, he was forced into an all-in. He was down to 35 workers. He barely had an economy, but he had an army. He had a massive army that he was able to build up over time, and herO could not survive the counterattack. GG. GG, well played. With that, again, I appreciate this is not going to be a one-sided series. No 4-0s here. Not in the finals. Let's go. Zoun, he does fight back, and up next is going to be herO's map of choice. Makes sense. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. A map known for aggression. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. Dropping that last game, still has a lead, but can he maintain it? It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player from South Korea fighting back in the series. Can he tie things up? Can he tie things up 2-2? It is Zoun. We go. And as we settle in, a big shout to Brotail in the chat. God, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. Hope you enjoy the casting. And hope you enjoy the StarCraft. The StarCraft. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Likewise, enjoy the emotes in the chat. You have emotes. If you want, you can join our Discord server and you will gain the benefits of replay packs. As of course, we do send out replay packs to our subscribers. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it as we're settling into game number 4. Settling into game 4, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. A very short rush distance by ground, and also a very exposed third and fourth base. The natural, there's no ramp coming into it. Aggression can be favored here, and we'll keep an eye on Zoun as he moves out with that probe. We're setting up for what looks to be a fake proxy pylon. Wouldn't be a bad location for a Stargate though, so we could try to commit here. As herO dips in with the scout. Back at home, herO going for a single gate opener. Okay. We have a standard opener out of Zoun, and herO, he's going for something more economic. Gate into Cybercore into expansion. You have my attention. Meanwhile, Zoun, he will hide the pylon. Ooh. Setting up for a proxy. The probe does stick around. Show us that Stargate. Cybercore is done. And the Stargate is on the way. Again, it is a close rush distance by air location, so Stargates and Oracles are ideal. herO, he scouts here, he knows that the pylon is missing, and he's looking. He's searching for that pylon. Based on the rally, he will check here towards the left-hand side, but he won't quite check the corner of the map. herO's in the dark. herO, he does re-rally. You can see him scouting towards the top side as well. Robo opener, the misread. Okay. So with this robo-based opener here, he believes it's a proxy robo or a proxy gateway. This is designed to defend against one-base all-ins, not to defend against an Oracle. So this is a strong reaction out of herO. Jeez, oh my god. Getting up to 3 gates on one base. Now, what I will say, this Oracle needs to get damage done, and he scouts. He does scout, he does confirm, he gets eyes on the Stargate, he sees. So here he knows what's going on. What I was going to say here is that this one base setup from herO, now that he knows what's happened, this can turn into a one base all in. So this defense can turn into an offense. So Zoun, he has to be careful. He has to be very careful back at home. He does expand. Oracle's on the way. Here he's setting up. Shield battery in production. Shield batteries in production. Oracle dives in. Tries to at least, but again, herO is ready for it. herO is secure. And what does herO do? That is a 4th gate. This confirms 1 base all in. So again, 1 base all in now out of herO. And Zoun, he needs to respect this here. We have shield batteries on the way. Zoun going for his own defensive robo. Unfortunately, the Stargate doesn't really help as he can't really reinforce from here. So Zoun is a little bit exposed. Throws down the stasis trap. Stasis trap on the way. herO, he can warp in 3 units at a time. Soon to be 4. Proxy is being depowered. herO is pushing in. Does he notice the status? Does he notice? Oh, he does. Does notice. Nicely done. Baits out the stasis trap. There it is. He does reinforce. Force fields are crucial here in this game state. How good are they going to be? There it is. Does zone away the army. Shield battery goes down. Nice start here for herO. Takes down the shield battery. Catches the adept as well. Adept falls. Pylon is exposed. Oracle doesn't get much done. Here he kites back well, takes down the pylon, depowers the shield battery, but the Immortal has arrived. Ooh, misplaced force field. Doesn't quite catch the Stalker, but he keeps reinforcing. And here he does have the supply lead. Shading to the main. Catches a Stalker. Adepse commits, and boys are going down. The boys are being pulled away. Probes are falling. Brutal losses here for Zoun. And he's being pulled apart. This is getting out of hand. 9 probe kills! 9 probes fall, and herO takes an economic lead. Yeah, no mining whatsoever in the main. Oh, the war prism is... The prism exposed. Massive pickup. Yeah, massive mistake here for herO. No more reinforcements. 12 probes is good. I mean, herO is still in a better position. True. But herO, can he keep going? As the up goes down. Oh, massive stasis in the main. Stasis pops off. Okay. Zoun is fighting back. He can make 2 probes at a time. Zoun can recover. herO still has no expansion. Zoun can recover. I mean, he is recovering. Building on more Immortals. Losing that War Prism just took so much wind out of the sails. Here is supply blocked. He can't make the war. He can't make the prism. The prism, it is supply blocked. Ay, ay, ay. Massive delay for herO. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Zoun. We'll lose the Oracle. Oracle does fall. War prism down the way. herO once again supply blocked. Making more pylons. And Zoun, after that economic damage, I mean, he's for the most part recovered. I mean, he's on a 1 base economy, I should say. He's built back up. Here we're trying to commit. Zoun is not out of this yet. Here he can still pull Zoun apart. That's still a lot of force fields. Uh-oh. And he locks down the army. Yeah, he's just locking down Zoun. The Immortal is going to be targeted. Likewise, nice counter force fields though. There's no War Prism though. There's no War Prism for Zoun. The Immortal does fall. Up. Here a bit of miscontrol though. Bleeds out the Immortal. Okay. Oh no! Another catch. Another force field. The Immortal barely slips away. Shield battery coming in clutch. Zoun needs a little bit more time. Second Immortal has arrived. Adepse shading to the mineral line. He commits. Main army pushes in. And here he may just have too much. May just have too much at this point. Just a massive Stalker lead. Takes down the Immortal. Adepse pop up. Shading out. Zoun still maintaining those Immortals. There's another dive once again, gets targeted. And unfortunately, there's just no War Prism to micro back to save those Immortals. Nice force field, turning him away. At the same time, here he's running out of army, running out of steam. Here comes another warp in. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. And herO, he will break through and will take a 3-1 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, herO, his moment, of course, was shading into the main. The first time he shaded into the main base, he just crippled the economy. He killed how many workers? 12 plus probes? 12 plus workers went down to the adept harass, and Zoun was just pulled apart. He was just pulled apart. He took too many losses, and despite the fact that Zoun, he was recovering with those two Nexus, he never really took a lead, never really took an economic advantage. Likewise, because he had to reinvest into all those probes, that did stifle his own production, his own warp-ins, and alas, he did fall behind. GG. The supply blows from herO didn't help, as herO himself, he was also a little bit more delayed, but was ahead enough. Was ahead enough in the end. And now we're getting into game number 5 here. Now, we're on match point. herO needs one more game to be this week's or this month's champion. Zoun needs to fight back herO now to extend the series, to keep the dream alive. Let's go. As we're loading into Ultra Love. Seems like every time I look, Zoun is in the finals. He's on fire. Super cool to see. Yeah, it's been really cool to see his growth as a player. Considering he hasn't really been back for that long. He's been back for, what, like 2 months? Coming up on 2 months? Hasn't been too long. And here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The South Korean Protoss, the Red Protoss, down in the series. He needs to fight back here and now. It is Zoun. The pressure is on, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. 1 game away from becoming this month's OlimoLeague champion. It is herO. Here we go. As we're loading into Ultra Love, this is Zoun's map of choice. Makes sense. We do have ramps. We have ramps coming into the natural, so once again, economic openers. Once again, this can lead into Phoenix Wars. This can lead into Phoenix Wars. The reasoning for this is both players are going to be incentivized to pylon block each other to delay the Nexus, and as a result, that typically leads into Stargate play. Typically. As here comes that Cybercore. Cybercore is on the way. Again, Zealots are in production. They're being forced out by those probes. And from here, we should be seeing that block and the Stargates. As both herO and Zoun are in position. Cybercore is about to finish up, and the Stargate is here. So herO throws down his Stargate. Zoun should be throwing down his as well. But does get the Nexus. Okay. Nexus first. Let's go. Does get away with it. No pylon from herO. So here he fails to block. Zoun will have the better economy. herO will have the benefit of the Stargate. With this, here he can harass with the Oracle. Assuming that Zoun doesn't open up Stargate himself, the probe is killed. And hero's in the dark. But this means no Phoenix Wars. The curse is broken. We break the norms here. No Phoenix Wars, no Stargate for Zoun. But that does mean that the herO will have map control, opening up Oracle to harass. Zealot pokes in, checks the wall, hallucination across the map to scout, and the Oracle has begun. Oh, sorry, this is herO Zealot. The Oracle's moving out. herO trying to figure out what tech we're going for. Does check the main. Confirms the extra gateway. And the Twilight Council gets thrown down, I believe, after the Phoenix leaves. Yeah, herO, he doesn't see the tech. Not yet. Rotating back over. Sees the Maynard. And for all herO knows, it could be a Robo Opener. Could be Blink, Twilight Council, or something different. Anyway, here he's just doubling down. We have a second Oracle on the way. First one hits the main, and he does scout. He's now aware, going for the stasis. Oh my god, he fakes out. He makes him flinch. But there we go, we get a full surround. Stasis is denied, and Zoun holds. Zoun does hold. Very nice probe drilling there from Zoun. Does kill the stasis in time. Behind this here, going for his own Twilight Council. From here, Hero can go for a delayed blink or skip it and go into charge. We'll see. Second Oracle has arrived. Rotating everything towards the natural. He can one-shot probes. No shield battery. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. It's up to four. 4 probe kills. Behind this is going into blink. There is going to be a small window where Zoun has blink over his opponent. True. But Zoun, he is down in the economy. He's down in workers. And his way to recover is going for a faster third. I say faster third, actually on par with herO. Third base is on the way. Both players expanding. herO dives in once again, catching 2 more probes. Oh, but he will not lose an Oracle. Barely not. Oracle does somehow escape. And herO maintains that economic lead. Down he was hunting. Was trying to hunt him down. Unable to. Does slip away. And now we can head towards the mid game. We can embrace a more standard back and forth, which is not what we've been getting so far. We've had a very chaotic series, by the way. Like, we've had 1-base all-ins, Phoenix Wars, more 1-base all-ins. It's been a very intense series so far. But here for Game 5, we can finally slow things down. We can calm down, and get into a proper 3-base economy, and get into that mid-game. For the first time. For the first time. Zoun checking the third base, checking saturation. Charge on the way for herO. Being very gateway-centric. herO does move out. Setting up a plethora of stasis traps. The traps are set. Zoun is pinned back. Zoun also working towards a +1 and charge as well. Similar setups. I mean, and welcome to modern PvP for the mid game. I mean, as there's just stasis traps everywhere. They're just being thrown down. Zoun has to be very careful, as we have another on the way. In, has a Guardian Shield. Oh my god. Thankfully, he does notice. We'll shut down the stasis. Meanwhile, behind this, as it was distracted, herO comes in for a counterattack. 5 probe kills, very nice damage. herO pulling Zoun apart. Pushing on the left. herO looking for a way in. He gets a sentry. Gets one. Zoun, he does leave some army behind. This time he's ready. Baits out the stasis. And catches the other. Nice pickups. herO, he pulls back. We have +2 on the way. Dark Shrine as well. Let's go. Going for the DTs. herO, he baits out the army. And can he punish? Will he try to? Zoun forced to respond. Oh, punishing herO. Gets 1 Stalker. herO pulls away. Zoun does have detection, thankfully. The Observer's out. So there isn't an answer for the DTs. They shouldn't just straight up end the game, but even if you have detection, even if you have cannons and observers, it can be very, very difficult to deal with mass DT in the mid game. It's going to be very difficult. Oh, nice snipe. Gets the Oracle. Takes down the Stasis traps. Zoun got caught, but no punish. No follow-up. As herO knows, he's now down to 1 Oracle. Let's try to buy the army. Oh, he does run into the Stalkers, though. He's also going down. Better engagement here for Zoun. DC's are waddling in. The Dark Templar, they're coming. Cannons are on the way. Zoun, he noticed. Yeah, he spots them. Spots the DTs. Will be able to punish. herO getting caught out. Zoun doesn't quite commit. Takes out the Stasis. Yeah, methodical push here from Zoun. He does have the army supply lead. He can break through this. Again, herO investing into these DTs wasn't worth it. Alas, getting a 4th base, getting it saturated. He doesn't have the army. Gonna try to hold on here. Shield battery does help. Stasis going up, getting 1 Stalker. And Zoun is being forced back. herO, he's holding. Is holding on. Shuts down the Zealots. He's got that 1 Archon. Oracle goes down. But herO holds. Whew. herO does hold. Bleeds out his Oracles, but he's surviving. Blink is almost done for the DTs. They haven't paid for themselves yet. But here he at least does survive. Getting another expansion. And I feel like we also see one of the big examples here of how defendable Ultra Love is. There's just a lot of choke points. Whether it's here, for example, these bridges, very narrow locations. Whether it's the entrance towards the 3rd base. Whether it's the entrance towards the 4th base as well. Whether it's all these other ramps and all these other choke points. Here he does come across those Zealots. And Zoun has to pull away. herO gets punished. Does set up +3. +3 has begun. Committed into a stronger Zealot run by here with DTs in the mix. Zoun is in position though. He's got 3 cannons. That's a lot of cannons. herO being forced back. Here it is deflected. Supplies are close. herO once again diving in. Cashes out more of the Zealots. And herO setting up for the surround. Zoun's out of position completely. His army's getting caught out. Zoun's racing back home. Nice collapse here from herO. Does focus on the cannons, at least tries to. Zoun dives in, he gets 1, he gets both Immortals. Massive pickups. Does shut them down, but we have a sea of Zealots coming in. Busts into the mineral line, probes are falling. And he's to take a part in the fight. And Zoun is crumbling here, he's just running out of supply. The workers, the Stalkers. Does hold on, but at a cost of 11 probes. And the Zealots don't stop. Oh my god. They keep on going. GG gets caught as herO overwhelms. And herO will take the series of 4-1, becoming this month's OlimoLeague champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO going for a very gateway heavy composition there. Again, Zealots do an amazing job when it comes to buffering, when it comes to protecting your Stalkers, soaking hits, and of course, overwhelming your opponent as well. GG, well played. Unfortunately as well, Zoun, he was out of position. If you recall, Zoun, he had his army split. He had half his army towards the left, the other half at the 3rd. And we saw herO just surround and collapse on that 3rd base. He was able to fight half the army at a time. Unfortunately, Zoun, he missed the rotation. He missed the movement of herO, didn't know where he was, didn't know where he needed to be. And with that, got caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to herO. My condolences to Zoun, but I don't want to take away from him because Zoun played amazingly. He played amazingly here in this tournament. May not have beaten herO, but herO, he is, again, arguably the best Protoss player in the world. herO and MaxPax, they have their own moments. herO outperforming MaxPax in Master Coliseum. MaxPax outperforming herO in Little League Cup. They do go back and forth. But despite that, Zoun, he was able to, pop off against Clem. Very impressive performance here out of Zoun. Switching our scenes over and having a look at the bracket itself, having a look at our players. herO, he took down Percival 2-0, herO 3-0, and Zoun 4-1. So impressive performance here out of herO, really only dropping a single map the entire tournament. Crazy. Oh my god. Only lost one map here against Zoun in the finals. Meanwhile, Zoun, he did have a much more difficult road to the finals, facing off against Clem. And again, we assumed it was going to be herO versus Clem in the finals, but Zoun popped off. Zoun had a very intense, very clutch match against Clem. It was beautiful, it was amazing. I would say it was the highlight of the broadcast. So if you missed out on the matches, if you missed out on the event live, I do recommend the VODs. The VODs are here on Twitch. The VODs are also on YouTube. So check out the VODs because that was a crazy series. Do recommend. Here even the finals and even the upper semis, all the matches had their own moments, had their own plays. But it was definitely the series of the night for sure. GG, well played. Whew, again, herO does claim it in the end. And for those that are curious, OlimoLeague is a weekly tournament, is a weekly event, and it should be back here next week as well. But the weekly tournaments, they allow players to accumulate points, and then at the end of the month, we have a monthly finals. So herO, he is the champion of January. Well played. Alas, next week we're going to be back with our regular weekly for OlimoLeague. As a reminder, we were one day late for today's broadcast. I do apologize. Checking out our schedule here. Bam. As you can see, we do cast every single day, multiple times a day, and usually we cast OlimoLeague on Wednesdays. We cast it on Wednesdays at 9 AM KST, but we actually had a KSL broadcast there instead. The reason for this is because again, after OlimoLeague ended, CranKy, he passed the hell out. It was very late in Korea, so we did receive the replays one day later. So that's why we pushed the cast of OlimoLeague to Thursday. For those that are curious, OlimoLeague is typically a live event, and it does occur Wednesday evening, or I guess technically Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Like it does cross over. In Korea and in Australia, but it is only broadcasted not to Twitch, not to YouTube. It can only be broadcasted to Chijik. You can actually see the logo under the plushies. You can see the OlimoLeague logo and the Chijik logo. Again, that is another streaming platform. For those who are maybe unaware, Twitch is banned in Korea. Or I should say the opposite, really. Twitch has banned Korea. So Twitch is not available in Korea. So Korea, because of that, they have propped up their own streaming platforms instead to replace Twitch. They have Chijik. I think they have three. They have Chijik. They have Soup, which is not the neighbor, which is Africa TV. Africa TV, they rebranded as Soup. And I think there's another one as well. There's like a Kakao live streaming service. So there's three big ones. Chijik is one of them, and they are the main sponsor for OlimoLeague, which is why they require the live streams to be on their platform, not on Twitch, not on YouTube. It is exclusive to Chijik. We actually used to be the official English casters. We used to cast it live. We cast it live on Chijik. We have our own accounts. We would cast to that channel. But as you can imagine, most foreigners or most international viewers don't really go to that platform. They don't really go to that website. They're typically more prone to watching on Twitch or watching on YouTube, watching somewhere else. Trying to migrate viewership over was a difficult thing to do, especially considering we're a small platform to begin with, or a small channel to begin with. So it wasn't really worth it just because we weren't really getting any viewership. It's one of those things where we were the official English streams, but we weren't really getting any eyes on us anyway. So in the end, we no longer cast it live. We cast it like a couple of hours later via replays. That is how we do here on the CranKy Ducklings. So we do a replay cast like maybe 6 hours after the event ends. Something like that. Like 6 or 7 hours. So yeah, with that, thanks for watching. With that, that's why we cast OlimoLeague via replays. I think Wardy sometimes casts via replays as well. Sometimes he does jump into OlimoLeague, and I believe some of the other casters out there as well, they get the replays and they also cover it themselves. Just as a heads up, over on YouTube. What's the YouTube channel? I got you, Pappy. I got you. We got the commands, Pappy. Hold on. Exclamation mark socials. Bam. If you want to follow us, if you want to check out our VODs, if you want to follow us elsewhere, then exclamation mark socials in the chat, and you will get a link to our social media. Hold on. There we go. There we go. So exclamation mark socials, you get a link to our social medias. We have Discord, we have YouTube, we have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, TikTok, Kick, just everything CranKy Ducklings. So you can check us out if you wish. Again, we upload VODs to YouTube on a daily basis. There's plenty of content on YouTube, and as you can see here, we are live on a daily basis as well. We're live twice a day, every single day. You can see here we just finished up with the OlimoLeague broadcast. Later on tonight we have the podcast. That is in how long exactly? That's like in 5 hours. Jesus. In 5 hours time we're going to be live with the podcast. Tomorrow we have Amantes de StarCraft, we have Kung Fu Cup Warcraft 3 edition, we have Code for Giants Cup on Saturday, we have MSO, we have SEL, we have Sparkling Tuna Cup, Wardy TV Monday, we have Stegosaur Monday. We have plenty of content on the channel, OC Championships. If you enjoyed the broadcast, follow us, and hey, you can tune into one of these events live, or you can tune into one of these events via the VODs on YouTube. So again, we have something for everyone. We're live every single day, multiple times a day. We're live more than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than Pig, more than anyone else when it comes to casting StarCraft. We have the content, we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit, a little bit. There we go. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for support. If you want to support us monetarily, you can do so via subscribing or via becoming a patron. Our Patreon does support our tournaments. All the money on our Patreon goes directly towards the events that we host and the events that we run, like Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open as well. So if you want to help grow these events, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to be live here on the channel in 5 hours time. I'm gonna try and sleep. I'm gonna try and get a nap. I'm gonna try and get some rest, and hopefully be at full energy for tonight's show, as later on tonight we're live with the podcast. If you're curious what exactly is the podcast, that is our weekly talk show where we talk about the events of the week for StarCraft 2 and the tournament results as well. There's a lot to go over. This week we're going to be talking about the Tasteless interview. Tasteless had an interview with Zombie Grub. We're going to discuss Gabe. Gabe had a video talking about EWC and his future in StarCraft. And I'm sure there's many other topics as well. We have our typical tournament results, Masters Coliseum, Lil League Cup as well. There's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to go over. So again, tune in if you wish to the podcast. It's kind of like, I don't know, I guess there was like the Pylon show a couple of years ago. I guess it's like our take on that. But to be fair, we were also running the podcast during the Pylon show as well. So we were all over it, So yeah, just your weekly StarCraft 2 talk show. There you go. So we got you covered if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Un momento. Let's have a look. Apop is streaming. Sal is asleep. Sal is still doing his subathon, by the way. Crazy. Sal sleeping. There aren't that many people live at the moment. There's Hapsaya, there's Dakon. Let's go. Dakon, the Brazilian streamer. Who else do we have? Not too many people I'm familiar with here. So, yeah, with that, we're going to be wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up for the day. Give some love to whoever we do decide to raid. Give them some love, give them some support. And we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow or whenever you tune in, with some more StarCraft. See you then. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Ciao. Papi, ciao. Hasta luego.